Okay. Wait. Like this. No. Like this. And okay. So do like this, and then this should be like a little like that. It's beautiful. Then I'll turn this down a tiny bit. Let's take the music to like a little bit more in front. Okay. Hello. Hello, hello. Welcome to another episode of Streaming for My Beautiful Baby Verse. Today, I'm rather happy today. Happier than I was yesterday. So, yesterday the stream, I just honestly spent the entire day in bed. So, by the end there, I was like, I can't not meet the streak. I need to stream every day. I need to be there every day. So, there was like a little, I think it was like a 6-second stream. Yeah, because no matter what happens, I will always show up, obviously. And today was great too, so thank you for showing up for me. So, today, well, I worked on this today. I kind of locked in a little bit when I woke up. I actually slept the entire day yesterday, but what, 13 hours ago? Yeah, that tracks. I woke up around like 10 a.m. One second, just reply to a message. Okay. Oh yeah. Made a little obstacle course. It's supposed to be hard, so I made it hard. Oof. Well, it's not that hard, but it's kind of hard. And I just need to finish up. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but it needs to end here, and I need to like put something there. Anyway, yeah, I'm just coming up with like, you know, what the player should do, how the player should play. But I have basically I'm just gonna take a break because yeah, I've been doing this shit since morning. So let's just yank that over there. Actually, we call this I don't know. Call this, what do we call this? Fun? Actually working this year, so I would call it work. But you know what they always say? No, they always say. I think it was Einstein or someone smart. He was like, do something do something you love, and you will never work a day in life. So I'm gonna call this what I love, because it's easy. Making the All right. Okay. So let's just make sure we have right. We have this is for the stream. This is for the stream. This is for the stream, and then Discord. All right. I'm going to. Actually, something's broken somewhere. Something's broken. Either way. Oh, it's a new day. It's 12 a.m. So, good morning. Good evening. Have a good sleep. All right. Anyway, today, maybe I should get to this before the people start coming, because it's usually people start coming and it's, I mean, obviously I could ignore them and, you know, just continue answering as I like, but that would be kind of rude, I guess. Okay, let's see. We are still on page 4. I already have that on my phone, which is at 25%. Okay, no problem, no problem. I answered some parts last stream of 4. 4 is 2 pages. Oh yeah, I know exactly where I stopped. I stopped at question number 1. Mama Juno, does she know? Yeah, she does. Yep, she does. It's one of those things where it's like, it's something I could do. You guys can't do that. Just, you know, when I say you guys put in more effort, this is what I mean. I'm able to, you know, speak about this to Mama Juno freely. Well, she has no other choice to accept it. You know, it's not as if she's gonna make me change my mind. No one's gonna make me change my mind. But you guys can't. And here we're in this situation. And all right, no sad talk today. Let's see. Or what? I'm okay. You know what? Yeah. The rookie. Okay. I'm just going to ignore that part. What did I? Actually, I'm curious what I. Because my first reactions to all of these, it's in my tonic page. Better. I'm holding down the fort. Okay, let's go to 4. Man. Okay. Right. Oh, I just, yeah, exactly what I just did. I just skipped over it. That was obviously. That's okay. Let's see. Skip over the James. Yes, I am the one and only pawn. Before my greatness. I have a lot of things on my desk which I would have hit while playing. So I should shut that off. I'm like a master hardcore person, like my movement is. Anyway, that's by the way. Let's see. Exam. Well, I know we crushed it, so let's just leave that. I don't remember. I should give a little extra cards to that nurse. Two white, there's two. Alright, page 2. Yeah, page 2 of 04. Just get my guns. Today, yes. No. Yes, I will take a different. Today, where is it? The first something. Yeah, it's Alright, so page 2. Alright. Wait, I closed my phone. I shouldn't have closed it. No, I should not read it. It's gonna. No. I'm trying to pick out what I can say. No, I know. Like, I'm trying to pick out of the things in my head, which ones can I say? First off, not weird. Nothing is weird. Everything is awesome. And secondly, personally, no. It's not. I mean, second time, but not the last time. I don't know about you guys, but I love my family. Personally, I miss my mommy. It's been a while since we've spoken, but I do miss her very much. Yeah, I miss my mom. helpful. Moving on. There is no weirdness. Yeah, I'm actually going to read what I specifically wrote the first time. 1 second. Well, that opens. Let's go get an the other guy. I was about to sprint myself, but this other guy killed me. So I have to go kill him or something. 1 second. Am I killing him? Alright, GG bro. My volume is kind of like really quiet. It's going to die to the people. But I killed him, so I get to say GG. Every time I get a kill, I'm not going to touch the camera. Told me he left. He's not coming back down. I can hear a lot of things I should not be hearing. The chair is not right. That wasn't him. That was not him. All right, I need to do this quick. I'm just so funky today. Anyway, GG's to all of you. I need to find that. So I think there's life. So, gotta go. All right. Hello. Hello. Oh, he has local. this? Oh, don't. Okay. What's going on? Okay, don't tilt him, just let's go back up. Oh, that's it. Take a second to adjust the chair. Okay. The keyboard. Check the sound. Oh, nice. Okay, nice. One. Everybody. Why, like, who was that? Why was he shooting from wherever he was shooting from, bro? Best you can do, bro. all I have to do is turn up my volume and do it on a little. Imagine he got sniped. The guy over there. Look at that. The Chinese have a saying for this. Something, cicada. It's the Oreo unaware. There's someone. Nice. GG. He was nowhere to be found. Yes, fish. And then there's midnight over there at the bottom, just randomly. If I okay, you know what? GG! This one is for you. Every time I get them. GG. Still someone. Oh, Nolly. Sheesh, this is about to end. it to them. Oh wow. If only the thing placed and caught me, I wouldn't have fallen so low. And you see, like, is it red? Oh, spray. GG. Yep, it's gonna get killed. GG, bro. No. GG. No, bro, there. That GG was not for him. And that was magic. See? You can't win and then they resort to doing that. So beautiful. And it's that guy. Again. Look at him. Simple letter doesn't mean you have skill, but let's go. I didn't really like those angles, so maybe I should have fought harder. I don't know. Oh, I can't kill him. Deal with one of them, and another one is just behind. Get it? Simple edit wins, bro. You can edit and shoot immediately. Nice. You know what? That's okay. Once again, this is easy as pie. But you can't do that with simple edit now, can you? By the way, this is what he saw. And this is what I saw. He shoot. I shoot. Especially. Brody's always there to... See, that's like classic, because he was here, and he was gonna run, but I just had to block him. GG. Thing, simple headed. Still running into the stairs and shit. Good. Oh, I can still smell them. I guess. Everybody come over. These people are getting into my sweet me time. Zero awareness of the surroundings. Just trying to get into my box. By all means. No way Brody was lying in wait. I'm not gonna lie. That's insane. He couldn't even do it properly. But still. And of course, somehow Brody still managed to keep his wall. Wow, how did he do it? For that wall, that block was edited. I'm joking. That's it. Congratulations. Ooh. Still bites. It's been a long day. It's just see these little brain wheels turning. It's just gonna keep spiraling up. I'm gonna do that shit with you. building as I'm trying to build it. There's the rocket launcher. Nice. Oh, like, see? See? Build? No. Then somehow Brady teleported over there. There, not because of him, but because someone was shooting him. Is that human kid? Yep, it is. All the way over there. Let's help him go.
Right foot.
limited options. He's on simple build. That's why he was over there in the corner, and he didn't really have too much. Because what edit did he do? What edit is he gonna do? Just drop this there, do that. That's simple. Yeah. Like, see? See? No? What's emo? But GG. GG, bro. There's send a friend request. Let's see what he wants to say. He's not on simple edit. Let's see, Bro's probably gonna be like 10 years old. Gonna join the party and start hurling insults or some shit like that. I don't even know. Watch on game chat. Oh man, Bro can't speak. I think he's typing up a storm. He's gonna text and you're gonna see like a bunch of hearts. He's been censored. Look at that! Or he's gonna be like really nice and be like, can you play the little I'm bad. Random shit like that. Yeah, he's bad for sure. You're trying to shoot me from flipping Mount Kilimanjaro with a shotgun. I have infinite builds. If I had a sniper, like, should I get a sniper? Because this kid is like very sniper proof. Like that. So he's either he's definitely not simple edit. Didn't even do any damage. And he's not on simple edit. So he just has good ping, I guess. Oh, let's go back to yeah. Let's go back to lobby. No, no, no. Go back to lobby. I'm gonna email on him there, and then I'll leave. GG, by the way. GG. Yeah, I got a lot of GGs today. You in here? I don't even know. Skip. Play battle royale. Reload. I said it. I literally. I literally said it. Oh man. Oh man. I just. I mean, I called it, didn't I? I should get. Let's see. What is it? 130 ping. Alrighty. Yeah, I literally called it, didn't I? I was like, he's either gonna type shit or he's gonna join and be like, please play reload with me. Oh man. So I called it twice. Literally called it twice. His moment is for so I said he's either gonna like type and his first word will be full of hearts, or he's gonna say play reload. And bro did both of them. Literally predictable IRL as well. Predictable in game, predictable in real life. All right, that felt good. Now let's go back to where we were. Oh yeah, I feel so loved. That sounds like it would play so good, even though I should be playing so bad. And no, it's not weird. Again, it's not weird. Oh, wait, what did I? Yeah, I was actually loading up my response to that, and then I locked in a little bit. Oh, hello, DDDDAA 592. Hi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Well, well, well. Oh, Dan. Okay. Ren or Den? And we are officially done with 4. Gotta switch it up a little bit. Find out where to continue from 5. Okay. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Hotspot smoky. Let's chunk this back down and then let's chop this up to the maximum. Yeah. Putting that GPU to work. All right. Let's do this as well. Okay. Oh, I forgot I turned it off. Did I turn it off? Yeah, I did. I had to lock in there. Music. Music has been off. Oh, my days. Let's bring that back. Let's bring that back. Music is pretty loud. Oh, that's a mind. YouTube is being stupid again. No nickname? Damn. Sheesh. Well, that's crazy. But it's okay. I've had my first. Okay, well, I guess it's for you. It's mini. For you, GG. Obviously, it's mini story time. Story time again. My first nickname. What was it? Yeah, I remember. It was Ghost Walker, and this was in 2009. Ghost Walker, and that was from two of my favorite things at the time, which was Anakin Skywalker, because on my 9th birthday I had gone to see Star Wars in the cinema. That was the first time I went to the movies, and that was also the last time I went to the movies. Damn, 2009. So I watched I saw Star Wars in the cinema, in the theater, and at the time I was a huge Star Wars fan. Because of that, when I think about it, I shouldn't have called myself a Star Wars fan, considering I only watched the one movie. I think it was Star Wars 3, Return of the Jedi or something. Either way, Anakin Skywalker. I was so enamored with the Jedi's, lightsabers, the Force, and all of that. So, Anakin Skywalker. But at the same time, I also loved Ghost Rider, Nicolas Cage's Ghost Rider. So one day in the evening, I was trying to come up with a nickname, and okay, well, it's kind of two ways. So prior to that, like let's say in 2008, right? So when I was 8 years old, I had learned that. Actually, I should fact check this because I didn't learn from the internet. I don't even know where I learned it from or where I heard it from. But something along the lines of Leonardo, some interesting facts about Leonardo da Vinci, right? So, Da Vinci birthday. Damn, it was so far off. Either way, one book somewhere said his birthday was on June 6th, and I was like, "Wow, that's crazy. That's my birthday too." I don't remember. I just know it was the third something. Maybe let's see. Gregorian. Oh, same thing. According to the drilling calendar. Yep, it's definitely still far off. Rip. Either way. And then something about how awesome this dude was, and one fact that stuck with me was something about how he could measure distances just by looking at it. And I actually went into a frenzy then, trying to practice how to measure things just by looking at it. And I actually got good at looking at things and just measuring them with my eyes, and with a margin of error of about 1 inch or so, 1 or 2 inches. Anyway, I was so obsessed with this guy, right? And I thought Da Vinci was somewhat like an Italian, let me see. Da Vinci name. English? I mean, my goodness, that book really just, it misled me. But, okay, it was something along the lines of, okay, his name, Da Vinci. It sounds like, like my name, David. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Right. Anyway, he was my biggest, inspiration, whatever. So at the time I went by, from 2008 when I learned about him and all that stuff, my name was, I went by Da Vinci. I just like as a nickname. But then the Ghostwalker thing was when I wanted to come up with a gaming nickname. But like my regular nickname then was just, I was just, I go by Da Vinci. I go by Da Vinci. I go by Da Vinci. Not like I said it that way, but like that was the name that I went off with always. Matter of fact, in 2009, when I created my first Gmail account, my first Gmail account, where's my channel info? I used to have my email, right? That's it. Email there was Da Vinci for life, right? Da Vinci, and I spelled it with 2 I's at the time because I wasn't sure of the correct spelling. At some point, I used to spell it with 2 C's, and then I was like, no, that doesn't sound right. So I started spelling with 2 I's because I thought that was, I didn't even know it was just like 1 I. Anyway, Da Vinci for LYF. That was the, like, I actually just put davinci@gmail.com, and then, you know, how they would give you the suggestions, and they gave me this for LYF, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And that's my email now. Since 2008, 2009. Anyway, Ghostwalker was kind of the thing going on, and Ghostwalker was, you know, just there from Ghost Rider and Anakin Skywalker, and I stuck with that for till 2012. 2012, I was learning some, some facts about just the month of June, right? Just some random facts. I learned that the apparently what birth flower that's associated with the month of June is rose. The birthstone is ruby. I learned that the what's it called? Like I was just googling because at the time, So I learned that the what's it called? The month of June was named after the Roman goddess Juno, like how August was named after Augustus or whatever. So I was like, oh, and at the time, but at yourself there, I'd kind of forgotten about the whole. I didn't forget, but like my new favorite movie thingy was James Bond, right? He was cool. He was a spy. He had all these gadgets and did cool things that wasn't too far. Like the Force is far out there. Like no one on Earth is getting superpowers, but like the James Bond gadgets, those are technology. Like it could be made. I was cool. I was enamored with that now. And I loved like the whole idea of 007. So I thought to myself, well, where are the other, like the ones before and after? No one talks about them. And I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna be 006 then. After all, I'm June 6th. It's like 2-2-0, like 0606. Because if you were to write my birthday in, in a thingy, it's gonna like 06/06. So it's like 006. And I was like, oh, I'm so smart. That makes sense. 006. And it's like James Bond related too. Yeah, I'm Agent 006. And then I was like, But 006 was too long to type out. Like 006 was too long, and 006 was just 3 numbers. That wasn't gonna fly on any any registration, whatever. So then I just tacked on Juno. Juno 006. That's what I wanted to do. Juno 006. But that was taken in a bunch of places, in the place where I wanted to make the thing. And they gave me a suggestion. Well, you can. I wanted it to be like this: Juno space 006, basically. Yeah, I remember now. I wanted it to be like this: Juno, kind of like how it is on YouTube, I think. Right? Yeah, how it is on my YouTube: Juno space 006. But then, at the thing I was trying to do, it was like you can't have spaces. Yeah, like this. You can't have spaces, but you could use an underscore. And I was like, oh, okay, well, I mean, I guess underscore is the space of the internet. So, yeah, Juno underscore 006. And I never said it that way, but whenever I would need to tell someone the thing, like the username, I would have to say the underscore out loud. And that just kind of became part of the identity. So, Juno underscore 006. That's like the full thing. But obviously still Juno 006, but obviously I have to say underscore. So yeah, that's how I got my nickname. That was in 2012, and that one is stuck since till now. The DaVinci for Life is eternal though, because it's my main email. So I guess it's for life. It is for life. So, like a lot of things are for life, you know? Yeah. Forever means forever. Anyway, that's the end of the little story. Okay, let's finish this up. I'm gonna launch game and start from here. Actually, let's start. I need to play the whole thing. I'll play the whole thing later, but like for now, let's just let's start from here. Alrighty. Damn, is the music even playing? Yeah, it should be like a little bit, not too much, just in the background, filling up the silence. Filling out the silence. Okay. Alright. Okay. Are we in? Oh, we are in. Oh, hello there, my sweet. Oh, come back. Wait, why can I not? 88. Oh, it's because I have my PDF in hand. The session inspector. Yeah, that's new. For you to see that, you would need to do some things. Open edit list on launch. Well, that opens this. Session inspector. Right, did I have to turn on something for it? I don't think so. It should automatically open. Oh wait, no, I think it's in the editor preferences probably. Let's see. No. Inspector. All right, let's find out. Wait, if you've opened UEFN and ever since the most recent update and you haven't seen it, then that's an issue. But let's see. Let's see. Oh, okay. I mean, obviously it's here, but like, let's see what makes it open automatically. Oh, you have to turn it on here. Crazy. All right, so if you don't have it, you just drag in Session Inspector from it's right here. I can feel that it's literally staring me in the face. If it's not here, then it's somewhere. Oh, there it is. Well, it basically just tells you what's going on with your session. Yeah. The edit list gives you info on every edit you make while in live edit. You can, if you're connected to multiple clients, you can see that there. You have, wait, I wonder if there's a way to like zoom in on this, because you probably can't see this. Oh wait, I'm just gonna make like a duplicate of this, right? And I'm going to put it, well, not that, I want to crop, so I'll crop like this. Okay, and I'm going to scale this up. All right, so this is the edit list. You have, for example, while the game is in progress, like, you know, with the recent live edit changes, for example, I can duplicate this, and even though the game's in progress, it's going to show up there, right? So, and even if the game's not in progress still, but I'm just saying, live edit, so while live edit is on, whether you're in the edit session or you're in game mode, any action you make is populated here in the edit list. And the bar on here tells you the state of the action, if it's pushed to live edit, or if you need to make a push. So for example, back in the day, when you would do something like change the material on a prop, yeah, you can. You can live edit a lot of things. You can even live edit, like, look at this. This is pretty cool, really. Check this out. So button, device, right? Oh. And look, wow, okay, hold up. Let me do like this. Let's do like this. Okay. I'll do Control and T. Like, it's so, like, it's really really crazy. But here, while it is still, like, you know, right? Okay, well, you can see it. Okay, let me do like this so you can see it on the other screen, on the mini screen there. So without retriggering, oops, without retriggering the without retriggering like looking out and looking back, I can do a that's how like live editing it is. It is actually like, this is live edit. So yeah, if I did, let's see, this is also, well, something you wouldn't think it would do, but it's something it would do totally, because it's really good now. Okay, so let's keep this in view, and then we will set this to toggle. Actually, I've never done this before, but I believe it's good enough to do it. So I set it to toggle. I connected the bindings, and I'm gonna go in here. No. Okay. Oh. I guess you can't. But you could do a lot of things. You could change settings on devices and stuff. One thing I do know for sure is that if you have it already connected, you can disconnect it and it would stop sending the events and stuff. All right. But yeah, live edit is great now. Let's go. Let's just delete this device. 2 of them. And then let's put this kind of full screen back. And let's go back to the edit thing. So every change you do happens here. You can even like, yeah, look at this one's huge, right? Well, not everything. Now, the reason why this exists, it's so that you can, so it's no longer opaque. Like you can now tell what changes you did went through to the live edit and what changes did not go through to live edit. So for example, if I change the material on this thing, you can see replaced material, it went through. And that means that I can, without needing to push changes, I can see that right there. So that's honestly one of the biggest upgrade, is reducing the amount of things that you need to push changes for. Right? Like, look at this. Now this would probably need a push change. I don't know. Let's see. Look at something that's going to be like small. Okay, maybe not let that even show. Okay, we do this, and you'll see the thing I dropped at first. It shows it shows a yellow thing, which would not be that great. But this one that I did shows as green, which means I don't need to push changes for this object. But the one I dropped earlier, let me just put it back. It was the rectangle thing. Like it shows as that, and very likely this object will show up as a red thing. Yeah, so this one requires a push. So that's what the edit list does. It just lets you, like, you can tell what things, like right now, let's say I don't need this for now, right? Like I don't need it for anything right now. I won't, like before, if I saw this, I'd be like, oh, I don't know what is not in my session, so I'm just going to push changes. But now let's say I actually just need this to be over there in the corner. If I see that this thing that I did is what's, you know, what hasn't pushed, I can ignore that for now, and I could just decide to not push changes and just carry on building. So that's what the edit list does. It just, you know, it lets you know the status of your actions. Right? So green is that it's currently pushed. Yellow is that it's not pushed. Right now, even though it says push changes, I put this thing and I also deleted it like later on. So technically there isn't really anything to push. So I don't need to do that. So that's push changes. And yeah, live edit, edit list. That is a list. And then next we have the session inspector, which is just like for your session, you know, like the action. I don't know how to explain it, but like when you load into a session, if you're like not just your session, but like if you have some other devices that are connected to the same session, the loading times, which one is cooking, which one is waiting, and all that stuff. This just gives you that information. It's not as useful, honestly, as this one, because I mean, I don't really need to know that it took me, you know, 52 seconds to get into the session. I'm already in the session. I don't really care, right? So just gonna disable that. I don't actually need it, honestly. But the edit list, you know, it's pretty good to just have it there sometimes, especially when you, like right now, when I was building this thing, I built this entirely in game mode. Right, so just like now, I was in game, and I would build, and I would test, and I would build, and I would test, and so on, without, you know, like, you could be like, well, you could also technically do that in edit mode, but then imagine for something like this in edit mode, you would end up like flying so many times, right? So something like this is best to be built in game mode. I mean, sheesh. Oh wait, hold on. Let me clear this out. The way. So imagine if I was building this in edit mode and I tried to. Okay, nice. I'm testing. Okay. flipping stuff is. My what's it called? My movement is impeccable. But then if I had already set up like the resets, for example, I won't be able to test those because I would just, well, those won't trigger. And then, for example, I got here and I'm like, yep, there we go. Alright, I need to test that this works. Alright. Nope, I can't because the double jump, which is supposed to help me move there, won't help me move there. Instead, I will end up, you know, phasing. Oh no, it's not just a recreated material. Yep. What am I looking for? I'm looking for one and then start again. So, game mode, I can do my double jump and do what we're supposed to do. Wait, no, man. I keep forgetting. Yeah, that's definitely gonna throw people off. Oh, man. It is supposed to be hard, so... Wait, what the heck am I doing? I obviously played this before. I've played these games before. Oh! Oh. Dear. Alright, now I just gotta make sure that it's impossible to do this from here. Right? It's impossible to do it. I mean, that's the thing, you can't truly stop a person who wants to do that. But ideally, you should, yeah. Use the sliding mechanic. Is this like just skill error? So today I won't be doing like any dev things. I'm just gonna finish this up and then I need to fix some bugs in the 1v1 map. So yeah. day has been spent mostly just coming up with the designs for the levels. I decided not to like just copy whatever anyone else had made already and just make my own original levels, and this is the result of it. So a simple mantle, mantle, and then mantle. This one's like pretty simple, but if you fall anywhere, you start over. So it's not like checkpoints at each location. It's one checkpoint there, and this is going to be another checkpoint, and then all of this is like one level, and then this is another checkpoint for it. And then all this entire thing is one level, so at any point you fall, you kind of restart from over there. And then this is also one level from, like, this is the level, so if you fall at any point here, you would have to restart this as well. So, and then this is one level. Pretty happy with how that turned out. I was gonna do like the regular Neo jumps, but then I remembered people can just attack sprints, so I made Neo jumps for attack sprints. Wait, it's ended design? Oh, this is my design, like my basically I didn't draw any inspiration, quote unquote, for the levels here. And that is, I'm thinking it's just gonna end here. So that's the end goal. And I just need to come up with something, like a creative way, you know, like a creative level, I guess. Creative, just, I guess, one last thing. I don't want to do, you know, things I've done before, like with this whole section is brutal. And it kind of teaches a bunch of things. For starters, here you kind of have to learn that to go up, you have no way to do so without doing the wall run up. So players, you know, I'm kind of like introducing them to the concepts of what they would have to do later on, and then it kind of expands. For starters, here there's actually two ways to pass this level. So the first way is to wall climb along the side. If you hit it right, if you do it wrong, you would actually get stuck there like that. So you want to get a good, and then go up, and then you're able to just complete it easily like this. Another way is actually to do a wall ride off the side of that, and so it's kind of free in that regard. And then this kind of gets them ready for what they're about to see next, which is this. So first requires, because, well, player in his right senses will realize, no, this is all there is. It's not in the sense of like, you know, level 1 and the usual stuff. This is all there is. So it's going to end here. It's going to end here. So there's just this last part to fill in. Maybe I might do like I don't want to use any devices or, you know, bouncers, any of that. I just want it to all be, you know, one thing, because this is going to be one thing at the end. So here players get used to like, okay, I'm definitely not making that jump. So go up. You can actually make the jump from here, really, I think. But I added that as a reason to, I was going to do something where it's like a second path. So you could either go here and then go down, or go up and then there's like a second path. But I forgot what I was going to do for the second path. It was very specific. Either way, players, you know, they go up like this. And then it's easier if you just go to the top, and they get used to moving. So there's floor, middle wall, and then floor. And then here you gotta go up, and it's like the wall ride. So that's why that's a little bit different. Also because you can get stuck here, so you need to play it smart. Like this wall ride, and then land there, and then And this part is kind of like a funky part because you could get stuck like mantling. And if you do, and you're like, oh, this is easy, and you get to the end right there, then you're gonna realize you can't because you need to jump. Like, you know, you can't mantle up until this place. You kind of need to be on top. So that's why players could either drop. Let's say they've been mantling wrongly. They can either drop and restart, or, in my opinion, I would just like go back. And I guess you could just drop and restart instantly. But you could also kind of try and like get just get on top. Either way, it's supposed to be very difficult. And then here, of course, the most annoying part is that if you fail here, you got to start over there. This is not supposed to be easy. Yeah, do that. That's it, cooked. But this is possible, obviously. And the secret is to not just, because you can do a ledge jump, right? A ledge jump is going to, when you do a ledge jump, you don't really have, if you do a ledge jump, you don't really have that much control compared to if you were to just, you know, do a normal sprint jump. So two things: you do a sprint jump and you kind of want to hold this direction until you clear the ledge. So I'm gonna hold like W and D, and then when I clear the ledge, I'm gonna just hold W and A and turn back around, and then you can like catch yourself. So it's basically still a you know, it's basically still a neo jump. In that neo jumps, like, you know, because let me just do a little neo jump level real quick. Where is it? Okay. So neo jump. I considered like turning off the sprint thingy so that people could, but then a lot of people are skilled in the neo jump, so it's kind of pointless in that regard too. So neo jump, you know, you want to like go off the halfway point, and then once you're clear, you just let go of forward and just hit the left, right, to get there. And also like the mantling thing as well. It's been a while since I've done a neo jump. What the heck? No way. Maybe it's still hard. No, it's not. Yeah. So this is yeah, it's not a commission, and it's not my map. It's my work. Work. So yeah, neo jump. Man, this is always so trippy. Because back then, there were no, like, you really just had to. Every time I do a neo jump, I'm always clenching the A key. So hard. It's like, no, because once it's like, you mess up. Right. In that situation, back then, you know, there was no mantling, no none of that. Sheesh. This was like my nightmare. Whenever I would see this in a death run. Yeah, so one day I just like, you know what, I'm gonna learn how to do this. There's another one where, like, I found out like you could only do this on controller, but you could like do a jump and land on top of it. It was so, like, it was just, wow. I never understood how that one worked. And there were no, now I think about it, that's crazy, because you couldn't even do a sprint jump. And you couldn't mantle, obviously. confirm, nor deny. Nope. I have not. I don't even know what those are. And I don't know if they're Fortnite related. I am gonna play Fortnite. Okay, this is it. This is what I need to, I need to do this so I can go to, well, I was gonna go to sleep, but I need to do this so I could go on to the next thing. There was something else I did somewhere. I forgot about that. There's like a little obstacle course gallery something. Did I delete that? Oh, I think I did. Yeah, okay, I remember. This whole section used to be different. There's like a little 3D maze thing. And I was like, nah, this is stupid. So I just removed it and placed these instead. Come on, what can you do? Movement-wise, I'm pretty restricted in what I can do. Because the map this is going in only has the wall climb. It does not have the wall kick. Well, I'm in Fortnite because of the building specifically, so it's my main thing. I love building. Mechanics. Like this was a thing. People will not let the call. Just launch you up. Right now it just does a little glitching thing, but yeah, just... Oh my goodness. No way, it's even like full volume too. Thanks for the call out. All right. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so we're back. I've already pretty much exhausted everything. Mantling, the wall jump, even like the one with the side movement. So my only options here are either to introduce an item or introduce an environmental power-up related thing. Initially, I was actually going to make it so if you failed at any point in this entire thing, at any point, you would start from scratch. But after making these ones, yeah, that's not going to work. People would just quit. I love this movie. I love this like mechanic so much. It reminds me of Prince of Persia. That's why I love it so much. I didn't actually, man, I didn't use it as much as I would have loved. I only just did this. This is really the only one thing that specifically, like, you cannot make it across this part without running on the wall like that. I cannot say. But it's a map. It's not my map. It's for work. That's the broad idea. to do, what to do. Honestly. You are free to make your guesses, of course. I could just do this. What am I thinking? I could just do this and call it a day. You know what I'm doing. Cold for sure. I'm extra sensitive to hot stuff, and I have a good tolerance for the cold. Oh, look at that. It's kind of bendy. Oh, I mean, I'm not. You are free to make your guesses. I won't comment on if you're close or not, though. But as you can see, it's not confidential. I mean, I did debate making this on stream, but you know, it's not confidential enough to the point where I cannot stream, as I'm very clearly streaming it, right? Um, but I just, yeah. Like I mean, I think I don't see the specifics there because it's like it's not my map. You know what? I guess you could call it a commission. Yeah, it's not my map. I'm not. This is a thing. Yeah, it's a commission. At the end of the day, isn't that what it is? If it isn't my map, it's a commission then. I don't think my map is gonna be a revolutionary thing. It's because you know. Yeah, I just won't be really. I'm not trying to make the next greatest and greatest thing, to be honest. Maybe I will make the next greatest thing when I have a map that's doing numbers or something. But in the meantime, I will not be making a crazy map because the more complex your map is, like truly complex, then the easier it is for it to break, especially in this ecosystem where an update can just mess you up. Where the hell is my cursor? Come on, man. I mean, yeah, but like that, it's not about, like, how do I put it? It's more so development costs time. It's not that I don't think I cannot do it, but like I don't want to do it again. Do it again? Does that mean you've done it before? I would say I've created some pretty, not complex, but some maps that pushed, quote unquote, push the barrier of stuff. Maps, or maybe not, I don't know if it'd say push the barrier. Why not do it again? Because development costs time. So, and the thing is, there is no guarantee of reward for quality or time spent. That's the main problem right now, is that in this ecosystem that you made a very high quality map, even if it's fun. I'm not even saying like high quality in the sense of like actual high quality. Like, I'm saying like high quality, and because usually whenever people make high, quote unquote, high quality maps, they're usually for like a more mature audience. Not many people would appreciate the mechanics of the gameplay and stuff. So I'm saying, even if you made a map that is high quality and actually fun, not like actually fun, but like, I mean fun for like little kids or whatever. Not like, how do I put it? Fun for the general public, for the casuals, the general demographic. Even if you made a map that's high quality and stuff, there is no guarantee of reward, as in visibility, for that map. So pushing the barrier is something I would only do. Like, again, development costs time. Like, I have to feed, I have to eat, I have to pay bills, right? I don't have this is not a hobby for me. I mean, it's a hobby, but besides that, it's also a job. So I can't, I need to be, I have to be picky about what I dedicate my time to, right? So, yeah, good quality stuff, it takes either, like, if you're making something that's like not good quality, but like if you want to go out there and do something that's never been done before, that's a risk. And it's a risk at which its cost is time, because you have to spend time to develop it. When you develop it, you have to, like, I don't know, spend money as well for like promotional material and all that jazz. So, yeah, making a boundary pushing thing. No, I won't say boundary pushing, but like making something that's untested waters is not something I'm gonna do anytime soon. Until I can basically, I'm like at retirement level wealth. Where do I see myself in this UEFN ecosystem in 1 to 2 years? I don't know. I don't ever make predictions like that whatsoever, because the future is absolutely uncertain. But the thing is, personally, if I were to go based off, trends, is that I've always been on an uptrend, right? Sure, there was a period of time where I went downwards because, like I said, an update can literally mess you up. An update can literally just be the reason you don't, like, you can have a map that's doing great and an update can just come out and absolutely bamboozle you, like, into the ground with no chance for recovery whatsoever. Starting my own studio, that's something I would only do when I have like lots of projects and I'm literally unable, lots of successful projects, and I'm unable to, I do not have the time to manage all of them, right? Then I would have to start my own studio where I hire people, similar to my work with Hive, right? The owners, they have lots of successful projects, and honestly, at the scope, it's, working there now, like, looking at, like, it's not something one person can do alone. Like, the scope of the work that needs to be done for each map and stuff, like, you can't do that alone. Of course, you could have there's certain type, again, it depends on the kind of projects you make. There's some type of projects that they don't really require constant updates or, constant maintenance and stuff. If that's all your portfolio is filled, you had like 10 projects and they were all successful, but they were those type of maps, then you could still have time to just do it all yourself, because they don't inherently require much. But then there are some type of projects which require constant updates or active maintenance, because, like I said, Epic can just mess you up with a bug. If you had lots of those projects, then it would be stupid to manage those alone, especially if you're making so much money from it that you can afford to offload the workload to some people. It would be just unwise. So in a situation like that, if I had those kind of projects, which were like plenty big and not like plenty, like if I had the kind of project that required, like if my successful project, because I see myself making a lot of maps soon, right? If the ones that become successful are of that type, then I would have like a, I don't know if I'll call it a studio. I'm gonna just get like some friends and just say, hey, you manage this one, and I'll give you like a percentage or something. That kind of thing. But if I have, if the projects that do become successful are not those kind of projects that require like, you know, active work and stuff, I most likely will just keep doing it myself, because again, right now it's a job because I'm doing it for someone. I'm doing work for other people. But if I had successful maps again, and then it wouldn't really be a job, it would just be like my hobby type stuff, because it's still my hobby. Oh, no. Right now I'm still thinking about that, actually. Running in circles, flying around, it's an unfortunate habit I've had ever since the Creative 1.0 days. Especially in situations like these where I don't have a plan. Like I'm sort of just making these levels up as I go. What did I stop? I stopped there to do a thing, and then I went to eat, and then I came back. Oh yeah, I came back. I was supposed to start the stream by like 9, 8:30 actually, but I was showing someone how to do something, and it required me importing in a past old project. Actually, the project I imported in is the one that I would say, like, it was my most ambitious project in terms of depth, right? Like it was a crazy project, right? Environment was crazy. The actual gameplay was crazy. There was like progression. There was all these systems in place. Like it was, if I've ever pushed the boundary, it would be with that project. And it's a Creative 1.0 project. It would be with that particular project. Like it was just, you know. So basically, when I imported the project into the thing to show the friend how to import a thing, I had to delete it. And deleting that project, deleting the level, took 3 hours. That's to tell you how, I mean, I don't think it tells you how insane it was, but basically it took 3 hours. Oh, I mean, it's all about priorities and, you know, like, how do you put it? Yeah, just deleting, like, literally, so my UEFN was locked. That's why I started by 11 p.m. My UEFN, because it was just stuck on deleting. Like, it wasn't stuck, it was moving, but, you know, for the whole 3 hours. If not, I would have probably finished this. And then I got back on, and then when I got on this stream, I started playing a little bit of Fortnite because, you know, today's been quite a hectic. And I finished playing, and now I'm back, so I'm finishing this. As long as you're working on other people's projects, I mean, even while I was solo and I had like my own successful projects, I was still working on, like, you know, taking commissions and stuff. I don't outwardly advertise, hey, I'm taking a commission. I've never said I'm accepting commissions, but, you know, people have like wanted me to do a thing or two for them. Even back then, I was still, you know, I was still doing that. And yeah, I could say, okay, well, I could, you know, get off. I could like not work. I could say, okay, I'm not absolutely going to decline anything. I'm absolutely going to decline working on anybody else's project unless it's my project or a collaboration project with which I own like a percentage in. I could say that, and then, you know, and only just work on my stuff. But life, I've had successful. Well, they're dead. They're no longer. They're not even on my flipping page anymore. Oh, what were they? Oh, I said. They said where were they? What were they? Number one would be the drone, which was an FFA map. Number two would be. Damn, there were quite a few of them. Well, the ones that do stand out to me are the drone, because that was like the longest lived successful one, and then the one I was just talking about, because it actually blew up, right? Hitting 60K concurrent users at some point. Legends of the Legendary Heroes was the name I called it. And yep. And that particular one was killed. I mean, I could say the same for the drum too. It was killed by an epic bug, right? So it was a PvE map, and the premise of the map. You know what? Let's. Oh wait. Like, do I show this in UEFN, or do I show? I don't want to show it in UEFN, because showing it in UEFN, you know, it takes 3 hours to delete. So we're just gonna go back to creative and look at it there. Return to lobby. I'll explain. So it was a PvE map, right? And the premise was it was a 4-person. It could be up to four people, but ideally 4 people. And the goal was you went around collecting mythical weapons, and at the end you would face off, you know, waves of zombies. Not an infinite wave, like a finite wave, but you would face off. No, it's fine. I also do want to go look into it and see if, well, I don't know if I can see, because I need 2 players to get to the point of what basically killed it. But you would gather weapons, and then and at the end everybody in the party would face off zombies, like a zombie wave thing, right? So what killed it was a bug. Okay, so there were 4 weapons, right? So the first was Excalibur, the second was Mjolnir, the third was no. 60K in the grand scheme of things is not, you know, it's not that crazy. The third was a bow. It was like it was based on a Hindu myth, and the fourth was the Scythe of Hades or something like that. And so of the 2 of them, so of like the 2, so the bow was based on, I made a custom mechanic for the bow. So I mean, like, in the grand scheme of things, 60K is not that crazy. Like, still a brain rot hit what, 1 million? Anyway, but yeah, it's possible you could have played it, because like what happened was I was averaging about 5K, and then it went into trending and Discover, and this was like way back in the early days of Discover. Like it was in creative 1.0, right? Like UEFN wasn't a thing then, obviously. So it went in trending and Discover, and while it was in trending and Discover was when it hit the 60K max highest on the second day. It was in trending and Discover for 3 days, and on the second day hit the 60K thing. Anyway, so where's that? Right. The two Oh yeah, so the scythe, the Hades scythe is just the scythe, and nothing too crazy there. It's the actual, scythe weapon. The bow was a custom mechanic I made to, no way, was a custom mechanic I made to cycle through. Hmm. Probably. Maybe not. I don't know. I think the max. I mean, I'm trying to think. Maybe I have. Maybe I haven't. Yeah, now I think about 60 is kind of low. Like the max I've seen was back when I was in school. No, I would say like max that I know was a counted number was back when I was in university, and I did a we called it a concert. What would you call it? I was in the choir, right? I was in the classical choir, and we like play the piano and the violin and all of that. And I performed a piece in front of like 8,000 people. So I would say 8,000 is like it usually held about like the entire school was about 8,000 people or so. Anyway, where was I? First weapon, scythe. Second weapon was a bow. The bow cycled through all the bows that we have, the mechanical, all of them. And then the last two, Excalibur and Mjolnir, were based on the melee device, right? Because usually back then, every time I would make a map that's like crazy map, it's usually to utilize it was for a call out, to utilize a recently released thing. And at the time, the recently released thing was the melee device. So, and with the melee device, you have the sword and you have the hammer. And it was like, wow, this is perfect. The sword is Excalibur. Yeah, I can imagine it's crazy. Ideally, hopefully they're not like packed like sardines or something. So the sword was Excalibur. And anyway, we are going in today. The sword was Excalibur and the hammer was Mjolnir. Right? And then I used the melee device because that was the whole point. You could customize the things. So I used the melee device to customize the sword. I gave it the name, I gave the hammer, I put some effects and all of that. That was supposed to be it. Now it's a PvE map. You go around like there's like you go to a place, you do some thingy there. One person in your squad is chosen as the person who is going to wield the weapon, right? And then you guys go back. Then you go again after like time, and then in the in the intermissions, like the middle sections while you're waiting for the next location, because it randomly picks the location. You could do things like do PvE to practice and stuff. But yeah, how did the map die? Well, the melee device, what's it called? The items granted by like the sword and the hammer. For some reason, thank you, Epic, stopped dealing damage to creatures. The sword and the hammer stopped dealing damage to creatures. Now, the very first place you go to, it's always going to be the sword. The sword is always the first, right? You go there to claim Excalibur. You've got to kill a bunch of frogs. Before you go, the first time, you have the opportunity to go into a weapon shop and pick up some weapons. Now, the way I built it is such that everybody gets the, like, oh, damn. Wait, was it that one Travis Scott concert? Oh no, you said festival. Yikes. Right, where was I? Is this? Please load in. Please just load in. You know what? Never give up. Never. I feel like this is gonna be it. Right? Definitely gotta be 15 hours. Definitely not that. Well, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, 60k is... It's all relative, right? I mean, in this current context, 60k is you know, 60k. But back then, I was through the roof. I was through the roof. Anyway, the way this map was structured was so that the whoever gets the sword in the first round, basically, like whichever this, because it's always random after the first one, but usually the difficulty kind of scales such that like the players are very likely to run out of ammo, and so it becomes it's then up to the person who has the sword, because the sword obviously doesn't have ammo, to kind of help clear the levels. So then imagine what happens when the sword literally does no damage to the enemies. The players could not pass the second round. Like, they just could not do anything. They couldn't go back. They couldn't pass. The only option for them was to just maybe admire the scenery and leave. I mean, it's a long time now. I think it's like 2022. I've already gotten over it. Like, I've already gotten over it. It's not the first time. Actually, was that the first? No, that was not the first time. That was the second time I was getting patrickied up. No, I'm actually like, you know, it's like, it's life. Like, what can I do now about it? Like, yeah, sure, it would have been nice for when UEFN released or whatever to, oh wait, I can show the map. I forgot, I just don't have to save the level. So, file. Damn, it really doesn't want me to do the thing. Anyway, here we are. Where is it called? So this was the first one. This was the first time Epic actually did something to me. Maybe we should go. Maybe we should go in like in order. Yeah. So high octane vertigo switch. Basically, so the first time, again, call outs, right? And you can see I did not give up. So the first map was when the octane spawners, like the octane cars, were added to Fortnite, and the call out was to make a map around them. So I thought a lot, like, what can I do that is, you know, not that takes advantage of this vehicle? And I thought to myself, well, color switch. I don't want to build a whole ass Rocket League game thingy, so I can make a color switch, right? So this was the map I made for it. I'll give you a tour. Color switch. It was a color switch that was vertical, and this leaned on the fact that, yeah, well, I guess, but this leaned on the fact that the octanes could stick on walls. So, like, for example, you would play, damn, this just gone. Oh, that was there, and like the thing was, anyway, that's it. It looked like that. I don't know what happened to that. Anyway, color switch, right? So basically, the map leaned on the fact that the octane, at the point of being added to the game, when it was added to the game, you could park. Like, you could park on the wall and it would just stay there. All right, so you can imagine you're playing the game and it's like red, you move to red and you just stay there. And you could just park. So how it started was like this. Everybody would start in a car. It would automatically put them in a car, not sequentially, but it would like put them in a fill kind of situation. And then once the game started, they will be boosted up into the level into the game area, and then they'll be trapped here. And you could drive around. The pads at the bottom would push you up. Sorry, they would boost you up, so they wouldn't push you out. They would boost you up. You could drive around. If you try to like go out, you would be pushed back down onto the board. So there's like a downforce gravity type thing going on, and you couldn't like go out the sides either. And if you try to go out the top, well, that would be elimination. So, and you would just play color switch like as usual. So like go red and go blue, and this was my color switch. Right. Now, apart from that, if you got eliminated, there were a bunch of mini games you could play. For example, this one, where you had to like, you had a jetpack, and you would start like down here, and you'd have to like go up, and avoid the cars as they simulated traffic, and you would have to like, you know, make it up. And then as the end of the minigame, then there's this little dropper here, where you would jump off and, you know, do a little dropper things as well. So that was minigame number 1. Then there was a box fight area as well. That was minigame number 2. And then all the way over here, there was like a little racetrack thing I had going that you could play. I mean, this is just there, but like, yeah, this has been like messed with, so that's why that is there. But there's a little racetrack here, and another minigame as well was over here. There's like a tiny color switch that could be played by players as well. So how did Epic mess me up with this map? Let's see. Wait. Oh yeah, this was the last message I sent to the... Yeah, it never got fixed. But how did Epic mess me up? Quite simple. With an update, with the push of a button, they made it so that you could no longer park vertically. If you stopped moving, you would just start sliding down. So I'm sure you can imagine how that makes this practically unplayable. Yeah, yeah, that's it. It's map dead. Map dead. That's it. But yeah, so why I wanted to show this first is so that it would make sense when you see the second one. At the time I was sort of, you couldn't go in. No wait, players started in. Yeah, players started here. There was a barrier at the back. So players spawned here, but they couldn't go in, but they could see, like, they could like look and see that way and look and see that way. So that's why I built out the hallway, but there's nothing. Yeah, that was smart, I think. Just build what you can see. And then I had like a bunch of other things. So the drum, the map, social media as well. And oh yeah, so there was a bunch of stuff you could either like, this was when you start a new round, you could spectate the game, or you could play box fight, or the octane dodger. I did like a lot of nice little cute things here. Yeah, you can. The octane dodge, I tried to make it match the perspective. Guess the color. Oh, that was the other mini octane switch, and then the dropper, and then tricks track. And then we had achievements, because I was very, you know, my games had depth. Win 10 rounds, survive 600 drops, cheer for players on the board, because when you spectate, you would get teleported here. So that is gotten by emoting for people who were playing, I guess. Yeah. Get to the other side of the road was for the stuff. Oh no, you can't do that. You just have to put them back in when they go in, when they go out. I think that's what I had set up for the octanes as well. How did I click? On player exits vehicle, assign driver. Yep. If they leave, you just put them back in. Yeah, some collector of let's see, predict the future 3 times in a row. Get to the other side of the road is for winning the road crossing thing. Predict the future was for color switch, so basically don't die 3 times. Don't mind me just falling through is for the dropper. Collector of coins is to, well, for collecting some coins, and you need to collect 30 coins, hence the, I thought I was smart with that, whatever. Played for a total of 100 minutes, and then X marks the spot. I can't even remember what the heck that was, but there's like something somewhere, I guess. Let's see. Turn on check result off, check state on state changes, which is this one. Oh yeah, so X marks the spot is just to turn that on here. It's like a little hidden stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then of course on the roof for the pregame state, this is the pregame lobby. When the game had not yet started, high octane, vertigo switch, and I did the little octane stuff. I made the little VFX of the VFX creator stuff going through. I was pretty happy with this. And then I made like a little octane, like a mini replica of the board. This guy crashed. This guy's like, you know, boosting. This guy's just chilling on the wall there. This guy's about to crash too. Brody's just playing. He's also just playing. These guys are having a little face off. And this guy's ramming into that. Anyway. So, of course, Epic did the thing with the stuff with the car. The map is just unplayable, quite frankly. Previous winner, blah blah blah. Anyone who has never made a mistake, who's never tried anything new. Yeah, keep trying new stuff. Anyway, I don't know what that is. Wait, no rule number one. Let's say, what was he talking about? Because I need to factor in the fact that flipping stuff has a delay. Oh. Me? Nope. We just got the device and I just made a map. Where am I? My little island. My devices is probably, yep. Not that much actually. Most of the stuff was placed with the map. And then of course this was my, why are there purple green trees, bro? This was my first aesthetic build. I actually looked at a 3D model of this, like on, I don't even know, I just like anime school, and I tried my best to rebuild this. I was so happy with the tile flooring. I thought it was genius using the tilted tower wall as a floor piece. I was making the little things, and my door with the rails. I wasn't good at building stuff, so this made me happy, and this was like the first good thing I built. Oh, well, that's a crazy rule. But yeah, so that's what happened here. The cars started sliding, the map became unplayable. Juno 0, Epic 1. Now let's take a look at the other one. All right. Legends of the Legendary Heroes. I should have seen it coming. Actually, the first way I got fucked with this one map was when I made it, I was supposed to submit for, like, I made this, so the Octane I made it for the call out, the Octane call out. Legend of the Legendary Heroes, I made it for the Fortnite Mist call out. And I actually couldn't submit to the Fortnite Mist call out because when I went to submit it, because you have to submit to Discover first and get approved there and then submit to the thing, I submitted to Discover about like 18 hours-ish to the deadline. And usually Discover at the time gets approved within like 6 hours max. But it didn't get approved. It just did not get approved. Matter of fact, it didn't. It stayed pending for a year. Like that, the map was glitched, right? So at some point within the year, I kind of gave up waiting for it. I just duplicated the map and then published that one. That's the one that got the 60k. So like, oh, W mom. But yeah, so this is the second map, right? The first one didn't work. I put the school in here because again, it was the first good thing I built. So, well, I mean, yeah, if I didn't get fucked here as well, of course, this map would have probably been, you know, it would have been good. It had really good progression things, I would say. So I had to build them out like that because of memory. All right, starting with the first. You spawn here. No, you don't. Yeah, so you spawn, you only see that room once. You kind of spawn here every time. So you spawn here. And when you spawn here the first time, none of these things are present. When the game starts. Wait, is it? So yeah, for the pregame, there was no, okay, there was no pregame. You spawned here. When the game started, you just spawned here, right? And then you had to pick your level. You had to pick the difficulty level. So for starters, there were just 3 difficulty levels: default, casual, and sweat. It was a voting system, but the voting system had a little caveat to it. So in order, wait, I'm moving too fast. In order to vote for sweat, there had to be a party of 4, right? If not, this would just be disabled and you could only vote between those 2 because the game was just that much harder. And the sweat level, not only do 4 people have to be in the game, but all of them, like everybody has to vote for it. And if everyone doesn't vote for it, but like, you know, there's a tie, then the default is selected. So that was my little voting system setup. And then when you would vote, make sure to buy ammo and weapons before time runs out. There's a lot of time here, so this being the only thing, I would hope people would read it. And of course, it was the billboard device, so it was localized in everybody else's language and stuff. So you would spawn here and you would do the voting thing. And when the vote is done, you would instantly be teleported here. So you would start here, and when you would start here, you would just spawn in this place, and you had the VFX going off, which I don't know why it stopped. Trying to like go far and come back. Damn. Anyway, don't mind that. Creative. The garage doors are the... I didn't want to use the primitive because that was just too wide and plain. I wanted the thing to have texture, so I built over the garage doors. Anyway, you would start here. There was the little VFX, so there would be this one, which would play. Keep me close. Okay. I accidentally pressed the wrong button. So does this. So you would start here, it would play, and then the 2 over there would play as well. So you would, wow, it didn't look like, I mean, it would only pop up when you got close. No, it's broken. Something is broken. It should only be 2, like 1 thing visible. Like key items required 100, yeah, but like unlock key item. Did they change? They changed something with this device. Thank goodness I don't use it anymore. But like it's supposed to just be 1 thing though. Or am I missing something? Yeah, they definitely changed stuff here. They actually changed something. Let me see. Coin. Gold. Wow. Just filled everything. Oh, I don't know if they broke it. Thank goodness I don't really use this. No, I use any other thing. I don't even, or maybe it's because like 1.0. Anyway, this was the starter weapon. It was a, no way. It's supposed to be, good lord. Let me see, visible. 1 second. Visible during game. No. Yet. Oh, okay. So I toggled that and that fixed it. Oh, we love Fortnite, man. 1 update is all it takes, and you're cooked. That's why nowadays the type of maps I make are kind of maps that really cannot, again, it's all about complexity, right? Cannot be broken, really. Like, this is how it's supposed to look, and not to mention, you're not even supposed to see the flipping stuff. No way. I just realized. The weapons are gone. Oh no, they're still there, but they're not. Nice. Let's hide this first. So, yeah, sheesh. Maybe I should toggle it, I guess. There we go. The weapon is back. Anyway, I don't even know what to say. I had all the weapons and stuff. When you were starting out, it would be recommended weapon. I believe this should go away. Yeah. So this text is only visible when you first come here at the start of the game, because usually that's what the players can buy. So they buy the weapons. I can't even show all of this, and then they buy ammo here for it. And once they're done, there's like a timer. Once they're done, they get teleported to the first place. Now, I had a system whereby if you have played, like when you play the game and you kill a thing, you get gold. So if it's your first time playing the game, you get 200 gold. Everybody gets 200 gold. The first time they join, they have 200 gold that they can spend however they like. So this is recommended, but they can obviously still buy one of these. And obviously they have to factor in buying the ammo. If you play and you get gold, when you come back, your gold saves. But if you have less than your first time playing, you get 200 gold. But if you have less than 100 gold whenever you join, it always will give you back to 200, but it saves otherwise. And some of these weapons, you can never buy them unless you've played the game multiple times, because they just require that much more gold. So that's kind of like so some of them you just can't buy them until you can't, like, some of them you can't like earn this much gold in a single session. So there's that. Anyway, they get teleported to the first area, which is over here. And right now it's kind of broken because they removed the Skydome device, but I had like a midnight scene and it was like a night moon stuff. Again, Skydome is gone. But yeah. Yeah, and then while they're fighting, right? While they are fighting, because it's their first time, they're getting gold. If they run out of ammo, they can go back to the, should be down here somewhere. Come on. Did I delete it? Maybe I did. But like there's a shops thing that would pop up. Yeah, this thing comes up. And they can go back to the shop section to replenish their ammo and stuff. Now, that's the only time they can come back here mid-quest. So that's, you could say that kind of killed the map, because if not, they could have come back when they ran out of ammo in the other places, but that's how it was designed. You could only come back here from there, and you can only be in here in this little section until while doing that. But basically, they need to kill some frogs, right? And the difficulty scales based on, you know, whatever they chose. But they spawn here, and then this was like my little environment. I tried to simulate a full forest without, you know, obviously having a full forest. And then the path goes down there, and you could see, like, you couldn't cross here. I think I opened like the duplicate. Oh yeah, you couldn't cross here. Frogs, because you know, just the environment, and not to mention we have limited. We didn't really have all that much creatures, and I needed to put creatures in other places that were appropriate. So at the end of the day, after counting all the things we had, the only options that could go here were the frogs. That's it. So, and you know, it was nighttime, ribbit, frogs crouching around. Like the night, oh my goodness, like the sky dome was actually beautiful. Like it was it was lovely. Little camping scene here for whatever reason. Poor frog. I do not care. I'm not a fan of frogs. Little, like this stuff obviously doesn't look great from up close, but from farther apart, even, yeah, it looked nice. So this was the environment, and then when you would finish killing the frogs, there was like the mischievous frogs, like the goddesses asking you to help clear the frogs. Again, Excalibur, Lady of the Lake, frogs, right? When you'd be done, I feel like something is missing from here or something. Anyway, the door, let me just select all the pieces of the door. Oh wait, no, sorry. This goes down, and then the door opens up. And then you come in here. No, wait, bro. There's supposed to be water there. But you come into the cave. And, oh, yeah. So there is water, but we just can't see it. And the water is not even covering the entire place. Oh, no, it is covering the entire place. But for some reason, the zone isn't showing that. Oh, there we go. All right. Oh, you know, there were actually sound effects. For example, to emulate, thanks. But to emulate the forest, I placed this prop here. It has like an ambient forest. Not, I mean, it's an alien thing, but it gave forest sound effects in game. So, you know, I kind of paid attention to sound design as well in here. Like I said, this was the one map I pushed myself with. As someone who came from the True Parkour map, this was, yeah. All right, so they come in here, and then there is Excalibur. Now I use this for the animation, and like back then again, I had like a custom sky dome, and the moonlight streaked through there and perfectly like landed on. I'm just trying to, you know, kind of like, you know, re-explain the stuff that was going on. The moonlight came in and landed on this, and this has its effect too, and it connected to the moonlight. And of course there was the ocean, and there were like some pillars here, but those pillars I made them using the level loader and level sequence, level loader and level something device, which were placed like around here, but those devices are not available in UEFN. So for starters, we can't see the pillars, and well, we can't see the devices, because I built like some really intricate pillars with like stuff around them, in the devices, and it helped me place them around this lake, which again should be a lake. And there were all these things and the effects of the water stuff. So when a person would claim this one, it would have the animation and stuff, but I would remove it and give them the custom sword, which, you know, they would have. Now this map, what happens is there's 4 locations, right? So first of all, between each round, a random location is chosen. And when you go to the location, only one person in your party can pick the weapon from there, with the exception of this one. This one is always first, and anyone can pick the Excalibur, right? So then when they pick the Excalibur, this buddy lights up, and then you can go here. I mean, it appears, and then you could go in here to go back to the lobby thing. So going back to the lobby would be coming here. Oops, not coming here the first time. And then the shops, well, you would see the shops. The dojo would not be available just yet. But then when you come back here, well, legacies, I Am King is for, you know, getting the Excalibur. Prince of Thunder is for getting the Mjolnir. God of the Underworld for the scythe. Eureka is for the bow. Money Mogul, I believe, was for accumulating 10,000 gold or some amount of gold. And basically when you got this, if you got this, you would get unlimited gold every time. So if you just get to a point, if you save to a point amount of gold and get this achievement, you have unlimited gold. I Live Here Now is granted for playing the game for 10,000 minutes, which is translates to about a week straight, not in like accumulating the total playtime of 10,000 minutes. And it's actually a P. It kind of just gives you a lot of freedom to control a bunch of stuff. Just Save the World is for finishing the map, and I Just PK'd is for playing someone winning in the dojo. And each of them, apart from the names, they had detailed instructions which you would get from pressing there. So, but then in here, after each section, you go to the dojo. Sorry, you go to the shops. So the people who don't have weapons yet, if you have weapon, you can obviously still buy gold, buy stuff. But if you have a weapon, that's all. The guns, sorry, the weapons, like the 4 weapons you would get, they were made to be much more better than whatever gun you could buy, except for the ones that are like, you know, require like multiple playthroughs or something. So most of the time, like, it would be more easier to use the weapons. But for people who don't have weapons, they can come back to the shop and then they can buy weapons and stock up on ammo. And it's at this point where they can like go in here and get these items, healing items. There was also a VFX shop right here for trails. And I think that was it. This was the way to go back. Yeah, so they couldn't go past there. So this is what you would see. And of course, ain't nothing there. And that's what you see as well. If you stood at the edge, nothing there. They couldn't also go past here. So that's what you could see. And then that's what you could see. So, yeah, that's what you do in the shops. This was so you couldn't mantle, you couldn't climb on this and, you know, go up and see that there's nothing there. Yeah, that's what you do in the shops. So let's say, you know, you finish, the shop is over and you go to the first location. Let's say this is the first, again, it could be random, but let's say this is the first location. This is where you get Mjolnir. Players teleport in here. That's all you could see. You can see the little boat. I don't know, this one was specifically inspired by God of War. There was a section that literally just looked like this, and I just basically recreated it because it was, you know, I suck at creating stuff. So you come in here, and the thing to battle are wolves. Again, difficulty scales with, you know, difficulty choice from earlier on. But you battle the wolves. And when you finish, these go down, and you can go up. And around here, there were sound effects as well for the snow. Around here is you would start going down, and yeah, no, when anyone can come down here, they can't pick up the weapon, which was supposed to be there. Yeah, they can't pick up the weapon, but when the person who's chosen gets close enough, the person who's chosen, and the thing is, like, the person who's chosen will be marked every time. So every time everybody spawns in, the person who's supposed to pick up the weapon will be marked. And they would, when they get close, then there'll be like a little thunder thing, VFX. There was supposed to be like, I planned like a secret secondary, like a, not secondary, like a, I planned for more content, right? I think it was through here. Yeah, you're supposed to like possibly go into this cave, and I was going to do something else, but obviously I didn't do it because the map died. They get close, they can pick up Mjolnir, and then everybody can go back using this one. Now the thing is, yeah, it's for 4 players, but there was like a, I'm gonna call it a smart system or whatever. But if, let's say there were 3 players, and then they got to the 4th place, or let's say there was only 1 player and he got here, he would fight the wolves, and when he would get to the thing, he wouldn't need to pick up the weapon. He can't even pick up the weapon. This would be unlocked. But otherwise, the person would need to pick up his weapon for everybody to go. If he didn't pick up his weapon within a certain amount of time, there'll be like a timer, and then it would just, force everybody back. When a person goes, everybody has to leave within a certain amount of time, or they would be forced back. Okay, so let's say this is the 3rd place. I'm just going in the order I built it. I actually built it like that. So let's say this is the 3rd place. Players spawn. Where the heck they spawn? They spawn here. That's all they can see. Oops, let me do this. So they spawn in here, and again, I did like a custom sky dome. It was like red and fiery and stuff. They go in, and now you run into the first bug. So here, the creatures to kill are dinosaurs, because I consider these things from hell. Little story, when I was in chapter 2, season 6, when they first introduced this little shits, I had finished, back then I was still playing the game, I played BR, right? I had finished winning a fight, right? Like a crazy fight, and in the storm, right? So I made it out of the storm with 10 HP. I won the fight. I made it out of the storm with 10 HP. 10 HP. The storm was there. I was there. 10 HP. Like, crazy fight. Storm. Won. Made it out still. 10 HP. In the cornfields, I had a medkit. I was popping the medkit. And out of nowhere, a dino comes out and bit me in the butt. From behind. That was it. Anyway, that's why I'm not really a fan of these. And okay, well, let's keep going. So this is the first bug. These dinos are set to not be tameable. Right? Where is it? Taming. Disabled. Taming. Disabled. Taming is disabled. But you go in game and you can tame them. I love you, Epic. I love you so much. Disabled. But you can tame them. Now, that's not a big deal. No, it is, because you tame them and now you cannot kill them because they're in your party. You can't kill them. You can't complete this place. Ha! Nice. Anyway, thanks, Epic. So you come in and then you gotta. Damn, I cooked. Sheesh. You gotta kill the dinos, and when you kill the dinos, where is it? There's supposed to be. Oh yeah, there was supposed to be a thing that blocked you, but I removed them because you could tame them and you won't make the kill count and stuff. Anyway, you kill the dinos and you like you can now go through and you just go around. I think that was maybe not in this version, because again I duplicated, this is the original one I duplicated to publish, and then I made some tweaks there. But in the final version you have to like go on the, if you try to jump you die, or jump you die. So you go around and then you claim the scythe, which is nowhere to be found. Just toggle model, icon, model. Yeah, it's supposed to look like this. Pick up the scythe and you go in. So this was the third area. Of course, same thing. This could be the second place you meet in your game. This could be the third place. And because you are random, like the whole achievement thing, it's possible to not, play for many games and not get a particular weapon that you want. Excalibur, it was pretty. Like I wish I had videos of the night sky with the sky dome thing I did. But in terms of environments, honestly, yeah, it's really tied between, because you could tell so I started with that one first, so that got the most love. And then I did this one second, and right about here I was kind of running out of time ish. So they kind of get less love as we go. But we go over to the fourth place. And here it's boars, because it's a bow, so archery related stuff. You can't go up there, so this is all, I mean, it looks crap up here, but that's because you can't go up here, so you can only see from down here, and that's what it looks like. So a little oasis thing going on. There's a water device there. I don't even want to think about it. It's not going to show. And then you couldn't go past that way. I think they spawned. Yeah, you couldn't go past here. And then you got to kill boars and stuff. You could collect the flowers. For whatever reason, I made that possible. You could collect flowers. I was going to do some extra stuff there with it, but anyway. And when you've killed the boars and all that stuff is done, something here will like move out of the way. And then you would claim the bow, which would be right here. Again, not here, but the bow will be right there. And that'll be it. You would go back, everybody would have their stuff. Oh, well, I can't say it wasn't inspired by Sea of Thieves. Well, not Sea of Thieves for me. What was it again? It was, good Lord. Come on, remember Amadeus. Percy Jackson-ish. Even the fact that I used this up here as well was kind of, but I know Sea of Thieves, I haven't played Sea of Thieves, but it was like a Greek related Odyssey or something along those lines. Oh yeah, so everybody will go back again. Now ideally, oh wait, after the second round, so at the second round it's now assumed that 2 people have weapons. Then the dojo opens up, and then go into the dojo just sends you here, which is the dojo, and you can PvP each other in here just for practice or whatever, but it's just a pastime really. And every weapon you've ever unlocked would be here, so you can, even though you have, like, the setup was this, let's say you're given weapon, because whichever weapon you get is the weapon you use for that round, but let's say you have the Mjolnir this round, but you've unlocked the scythe in the previous round. In the dojo you would be able to use the scythe, and when you go back you'll just give back your old loadout. And there were all these achievements and whatever and mechanics and stuff for it. So dojo opens on the second, this was like gameplay stuff. Oof. Oofity, oofity, oof. And of course, the melee design. Well, the melee design is not in Creative 2.0, so you can't see it. But it used to be around here for the two guns. For the sword and the Excalibur. It was those two. And team management settings, stuff. Alright, anyway, after all that is done, everybody gets teleported to here. Where they would... I wanted to simulate like a dark ending. Right now with you... Oh wait, we're in UEFN. But you see what I did there? Like what I wanted was to simulate like an endless passage. It's just crazy now that you could just do like a plane, right? No. Can't see the thing. So, do like a plane. Okay, that's good. And then do like this. And then do materials. Alright, let me actually see if I have like a usually call like void or something. Nope, okay, I'll make one. So material. Why? I feel like they added something. They added this for sure. And then I'm just gonna pop this up here. I'm gonna set it to translucent, gray transmittance. And then we are going to do opacity, depth fade. I'm gonna do fade distance 128, I guess. And just chop that up there. No, sheesh, I can't change the material unless no. I can't change the material unless I save the level. RIP. I'm not doing that. It took 3 hours to delete it last time. Yeah, so as you can see, I brought back in my other thing from the previous map that I got. Or is it? Could it be this building that's causing my misfortune? Anyway, I brought it here, and then you would have to fight waves of zombies. Zombie wave difficulty was dependent on overall difficulty. There were like 6 waves, and each 6 was dependent on overall difficulty too. So it was like 6 waves, but they could be difficult or hard, depending on the difficulty. And this time I just got rid of some of the unnecessary stuff, I think, yeah. Because this time you couldn't go in or see much of the outside. So yeah, this was the map. Like if I were to say, you know, things, it was just the systems that, you know, when you play and you come back and all the randomizations, blah blah blah, the saving and the not saving, but like I glossed over it. Like I glossed over things that happen on, you know, your different playthroughs. But yeah, this was the map. Nobody, in terms of, you know, obviously then you could see I could, because I gave XP for the awards, I could see my I could see who completed what. No one ever completed the, where am I trying to find the achievements? No one ever completed the I live here now. But, you know, actually that was the only one. Someone actually, I mean, not someone, some people, I think it was like 26, completed the monument goal. Many people, I mean, yeah. The only thing that was not complete, that never triggered here, was the I live here now. But everything else was. Yep. Second item value reached. Let's see what that is. Second item. This was the one, the 60K one. Let me see if I can find the flipping. This was the one. It had a pretty nice thumbnail, actually. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can find it, honestly. The thumbnail used to be my banner on Twitter at some point before I made my own. Before I did my own blend. Back then, I paid for the thumbnail to be like, you know, I spent money on it. Oh yeah, found it. Ain't no way. Yeah, this was the thumbnail for it. Oof. Yeah. Man, I could definitely do this thumbnail. I was never satisfied with the hand. It just didn't seem right. But at the time, I didn't know what Blinda was. So I could only pay for people to make thumbnails for me. Yeah, that's it. It died because, again, melee, the sword stopped dealing damage. As you can tell, like it's all creatures, right? It's all creatures. It's literally all creatures. You can't fight each other here. There's a PvE map. So the sword and the hammer stopped dealing damage. And the sword was basically, it's the first thing. It's always the first. So it's the person who gets the sword is supposed to kind of carry when, because by the second time you go, it's very likely that everybody, not everybody, but usually if they're not up to 4 players in a lobby, they will run out of ammo. Right, so it's up to the person with the sword, and if you die, there was like a whole checkpoint system. Again, I really glossed over this whole thing, but you can't die, basically, and there's like a revive. There's the whole thing. That was the whole thing. But the person with the sword was supposed to carry the team. So now what happens is the person with the sword, everybody's out of ammo. The person with the sword cannot deal damage, and they go out of ammo quicker because the person with the sword wasn't even dealing damage in the first place. So now they're just stuck there. I remember when this happened and I loaded in. I can remember clearly because I loaded in and the first time it happened, I loaded in and this was the second place because it's random, but this was the second place, right? And we were just like, we couldn't go, they didn't know I was the map maker. We couldn't go past the barrier. The wolves were just there killing us over and over, and we were just there. We were just stuck. And I watched as they just left after like 2 minutes. Right? I just... Holy moly. Okay. Let's just go back. I don't know, man. I do not know. But I didn't give up. Come January, I still, there was a new call out. And wow. Okay. I watched as they left. Logged into the page. And I watched as the numbers dwindled. Nice. Nice. Absolutely beautiful. All right. That map was the second Great Fucking. And this one was the third. You know what they say, third time's the charm. This was the last map last call out I ever did. Okay, so what happened with this map? We got a bunch of few things. Again, call out. They release a thing. They say make a map with the thing that we released. And we will feature it. I participated in 3 callouts, and all 3 of them, none of them went through. The first one, while the map was submitted, the Octanes goofed up. So when the people who did, like when the person in charge of the callouts, the people when they went for the playtest, they obviously couldn't play the map. They sent an email saying like the map is unplayable because you keep sliding. Like fix that. I was like, I can't fix it. The car was not like this when I made the map. I made the map with the car in this situation, and you guys changed the behavior of the vehicle, and this is what we get now. So what do you want me to fix? No problem. Four Nightmares call out. I didn't even get to submit. The shit was pending. That map stayed bugged. It was it was pending for over a year. Imagine you make a submission and it's pending. That's how bugged that one was. I had to duplicate the map to publish, and of course that one just did not even go in for the call out. But that's fine. I made this one for the call out in February 6th. That was when the call out came out for the cyber something call out, right? We got reboot van. I kind of just didn't use it. We got the bird. We got, because I tried to make, again, usually I'm trying to like figure out what we got that we had to use. I tried to use everything. We got the ball. Yeah. We got the ball, we got the bird, we got the reboot van, that update. We got this thing. It was like a video player or something. Oh, we got the shield too. I basically like, again, just try to use everything we got newly in that update. We got the shield and well, we got the prefabs. So that was Cyber City. We got these prefabs. Okay, so what happened? I made this map, right? Pretty simple map. You have 4 players again. You start here. Everybody starts here, and they have the bionic autonomous levitating locomotive ball. Now, I made this system with these settings on the ball. Well, just gravity, but I found out, well, with these settings. So there are actually quite a lot of settings there. But with these settings, if you were to stand on the, oh my god, the lag. If you were to stand on the ball and pickaxe it, it would move in the direction that you pickaxed. So you could basically just, like ride this like a vehicle. And then what happens is you start here, you pickaxe the ball to get it going, and then you shoot your grappler to it. If you try to jump on the ball, you may make it, you might not. But if you try, like, you might cause the ball to like roll in a funky direction. But if you pickaxe it and then grapple to it, it would kind of like, no matter how you do it, it's almost impossible to mess this up. It would automatically just attach you to the ball in the right spot if you grapple to it. No matter how you grapple, no matter where you don't have to like aim properly, whatever, just grapple to the ball, it will just attach you to it. So basically, everybody starts out. They've got their own color. Again, at this point, I was kind of like, a little bit comfortable with building, so I built this little mini station thing. They all got their colors, right? So they start out, they pickaxe the ball, and they're racing to this place, right? So when they get here, the ball goes away, and they get the bird, Right, so that's the first part. Everybody starts here. The game starts, actually, yeah, the game starts at the pregame, which is like, why am I flying so slowly? Move. Where the hell is it? Damn. The pregame? It's somewhere. I could just hide this. This is UEFN. What am I doing? That was a custom water thing. Good lordy lord. You know what? I just realized this is UEFN. I could hide this too. The flipping pregame. Did I build it with a level loader? If I did, then it would explain why I'm unable to find it. Yeah, I might have built the pregame with a level loader, so it's just not here, I guess. Yikes. And of course, nothing. Let me see. Primitive. Maybe this will help. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So this is the pregame. Nice little yin yang stuff going on. That is so unoptimized. It's like individual thingies. Little 006 city. 006's city. That's what I called it. Got myself some little different like Finis and Ferb Diffenschmerk tower and some buildings and some stuff. Anyway, you start out here, but when you start here, the game starts, it's fine. And everybody starts here. The game starts here, right? And you get to the next place you drop by riding the ball. Okay, it's a race. Now, when you ride the ball, when you go out, every time you go out, you get a random item, which could either help you go faster or help you sabotage other people. So it's possible, like while you're riding, you can fall off and you would just simply restart. That's it. Okay, so, but you get here by riding the ball, and then when you enter here, you're giving a bird, and the objective is to collect 3 coins. 3 coins is needed to pass through this gate. If you don't have enough coins, the player gets bounced back. And that's done with like a funky system, which was good, which got broken, and I did a different thing anyway. Okay, lovely. But you get 3 coins, and then you can move up here. If you try to, you can like cross over, but it'll just send you back if you don't have the 3 coins. So, wait, no. It's not, sorry, you need 3 coins to go through the boat, but to be on this lane, you need the juice, and it's like explained in the thing that pops up. You need to eat there's a fruit, right? You need to get this fruit. And okay, I remember now. So you get on here, you're told you need 3 coins. It's only when you try to cross that you're giving the bird, and you need to get the fruit. So there are 20 coin locations, and each round it would randomly pick. Each round it would randomly pick 3. Each game it would randomly pick 3 different ones to be the collection choices. So there's one there, and then you just need to like move around for most of them. This is a working elevator, which can be called up or down depending on its location. You get up here to the elevator, brings you up. Yeah, it brings you here. You come in here, and then here are some things you can get. Anyway, coins. So you get the bird, and you have to like fly into this space. There's like what? There's supposed to be like water here. Yeah, but it's not showing. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't, I don't know. But you fly in here, you use the bird to pick one of these up, and you bring it back to yourself, and you drop it off, and you eat it, and you can like move through. There are also achievements as well. Collecting all coins, finishing in 10 minutes, finding the 3 scrolls, guardian of the factory, and then this last one. Okay, well, that's the three of them. So, side quest. Scroll number 1 is in here, and you open this door with a key. The key is found in here on the table. You cannot pick up the key with a bird. So, like, first of all, you'd have to like spot the key, I guess, or maybe watch a tutorial video for it. But then when you open the thing, you have to come in with yourself and get the key and open and get the scroll. Second scroll, well, is found by exploring. It's behind here, which you get with the bird. Third scroll is found under here in that little crevice there by going out of the space, and you can only go out through the door because there's, you know, all of this. And then there's a hidden achievement where if you use, I don't know, it's not here, but it's, well, it's a hidden achievement. But if you were to take the bird, so you come in and instead of going for the coins first, you take the bird and use the bird to collect all the coins, you'd get a hidden achievement. I can't remember what it was called. Maybe it was called something here. I don't know. But yeah, there was that aspect to it as well. Oh, well, that was all we could do. I'll show you how I would do this in modern day. Can I do that here? Yeah, let's try that. Let's try it. Like, I can't save things, but let's see. Maybe it will let me do it. So create cylinder. Well, not cylinder actually. If you want to make a barrier now that's cylindrical like this, I would go to disk. And then I put the disk there. Object disk. And then make this big. Make that. Let's see. So put this here. And then let's do like 10,000, 5,000, 7,000, 6,000. Huh. Maybe I mean 6 is my number, I guess. 6,100. And then this will be 6,050. Just do like this. 32. Make dynamic mesh. And then accept. And then xform, model. Polygroup edit. Select all. Where the heck is it? Select all. And then extrude. Oh wait, no, disable these so it selects faces. Then, good lord, where is it? Select all again. We just want to manually select. There we go. And then extrude like this. And then accept. And then you have the cylinder. And then you do xform and convert to volume, blocking volume. Please don't crash, like that'd be crazy. Yeah, so convert to blocking volume and yeah, boom. See, like UEFN makes life easier. You'd have your collision thing there. Oh, a little side quest, Okay, so when you're done collecting, again, it's all a race because it's like first to collect the coins, first to get that, first to come here. You open, you go here, when you collect all 3 coins, you needed to do that. Wow. Actually, I went all in here. Like most people load into a game and see like the cables system here. I think I did something. Yeah, I had like a little spark from the live cable. But all of this doesn't just, I think there's also another one around here somewhere. Yeah, over there. this doesn't just happen on its own, right? You know, you have to like manually do all that stuff, and then the generator, I try to make it make sense. Like, that's the generator. That's a thing. And this is a thing too. I mean, that's a little thing. Cannot select it. But you get the gist. I just came to appreciate. Wait, this wasn't Creative 1.0. I shouldn't talk. Oh man. Anyway, at that point, this was like my third map trying to, and this is a building in Cyberpunk. I don't recall something, but it's a building in Cyberpunk. I was like looking at it, I was like, oh, let me try to make this. And then of course we got the new galleries. That was the whole point of the whole thing, to use the new cyber stuff. And then of course some extra things that weren't really cyber stuff. So yeah, you go in here and it's like a trick shot. It's a trick shot map at the heart of it. Again, there was a sky dome, which I guess doesn't matter. Oh, that's actually a cool material. Anyway, you got in here and you would spawn here because like the bus station, it would drop you off here. And then you would be in the city. You'd be in my city. That's why the 006 there. Oh, 06. And you would have to. Oh yeah, it could be raining. It could not be raining. There was a rain weather stuff. But you would have to. This was a trick shot level I created. You hurdle into the jump, and like the water, which actually had this thing in place. I kind of moved it, but it was like this. But there was a water in there, and the water would cancel your grappler, your glider, because the launch pad. If you specifically hurdled into it, like I will know exactly where you would like, you know, hit the glider, the launch pad. So the water will always, it would always cancel your grappler, a glider, and then you would go up and you'd have to hit this target. And then when you hit the target, wow. Wanted to do like the same thing. I can't do it here, but like avoid. When you hit the target, you would land on this walkway. Well, you get teleported to the walkway. And there was like a traffic system that I made. I was actually really proud of this, but only 5 cars, or how many ever cars, and it simulated full unending traffic. Yeah, only this amount of cars, and it simulated like full, like free-flowing traffic. Let me see where. The system was like behind it, I think. What was it? Oh wait, no, I have to turn on this stuff. I think it was this. Should have been like there. Let me in. Anyway, yeah. Because I played a Crossy Road map. Yeah, I don't. This map took like 3 weeks to. It took 3 weeks to make, I guess, as well. Obviously, if I were to make this in 2.0, like with UEFN right now, like a lot of things would be easier. For example, I wouldn't do whatever the heck I did for this. I played a Crossy Road map once, where a 491, like when we first got Prop Mover, someone made Cross the Road map. But how the person simulated the traffic was to have a very, very, very long, like extremely, because I saw it in replay, extremely long line of cars and like pre-placed. But like mine was just 5 cars, because that's the length of the thing. And it was it was just, you know, first of all, it was random. You couldn't like spot a traffic sequence. And it was just nice. I think I do have a video of that somewhere. But yeah, So, oh, oopsie. You get here and then you need to cross the road. That's the thing. You cross the road and it doesn't show it here, but these were kind of colored, right? The glasses were colored. You could only, because again, like they have, every player has a color, and when they're here, when they get on here, they get a color, and you can only like take off from your side. So when you get on your side, you would get an impulse grenade. You can't grief the other players. I kind of deleted it, but I had an anti-grief system where if you try to grief the other player, it would just send the impulse up and detonate it above, so it was impossible to grief others. So here you would shockwave, and the thing was here for this level, the impulse would get stuck on the objective, but the player on the objective device, but the player could fall through. So you had to, like, you know, cross this part, cross this section with the impulse and without falling through. And when you do, you would hit the bouncer and land up here for the second part of everything. I had a thing, like each stuff has like a thing that tells you what to do. I think it was this one, maybe. I don't even know. Yeah. So you would, for this one, you would jump through, and you have to, like, you had a sniper, a heavy sniper. You had to hit this button before you fell. If you hit the trick shot, well, it was not really a trick shot, but like just a no scope. You hit the no scope, it would turn on the grapple, the skydive thingy, and you would skydive up and through this tunnel, which I'm pretty proud of what I did here, I guess. You would grapple up, and then it would skydive you this way onto this platform. And then for this platform, you would stand here and you would get a plunger grenade thingy. And the correct sequence of events was to throw it on, I think, yeah, throw it on here. So you throw the plunger here, it's going to bounce off the launch pad and hit this thing, and then it's going to come back and hit this again, and then I feel like something's missing. Yeah, something's definitely missing from somewhere. Either way, oh yeah, there was a whole other thing. So it's gonna bounce this, hit that, come back, hit it again, bounce back, bounce onto something, bounce onto another thing, and then oh yeah, there we go. There we go. Oh no, I remember now. So you hit it on the launch pad, it's gonna bounce on this stuff, and then it's gonna go back here, hit this, and then bounce back, but now it would go higher and then hit this, bounce up to here, and then I had like, it has to like hit this stuff to trigger, but I had like things that I don't know where they are, but there was some stuff that like they were moving across which could like stop it from hitting the thing. And then when you did hit the stuff there, you would get a hammer, the shockwave hammer, because we also got that. And then this platform moves up and down, so you would climb up here, and when it's at the, not at the peak really, you kind of want to time it as it's getting there, you would trigger the shockwave hammer thingy and then bounce off the, when it gets, hopefully time it right to bounce off the peak, and you would go over and land in this place on the rooftop here. Once again, I think I was pretty proud with what I did with this. Let me see. Oh, damn. 006. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that's what it says. 006. 006. You then come here, and then Where is it? Yeah, so you stand on this one again. Oh, look at that. This one is for you. So, you stand on this platform, and then what you had to do, it was kind of like double version of that, but like we had this thing moving back and forth, and this one going up and down, and you would get the Excalibur again, something we got in that season. Like the whole idea was using stuff that we got for the, you know, not that season, for that update. So you get the Excalibur rifle, and you know the Excalibur rifle, it has the quirk of where it shoots the stuff, and then it detonates after 3 seconds, so it does damage twice. So I used that for this level. So what happens is every time your Excalibur goes off on this thing, you get an impulse. So what that looks like is you shoot it the first time, it impulses you up, right? And then, you know, it's going to be counting down to the detonation. When you shoot it the first time and impulses you up, you get a grapple. A grappler. Not a grapple. I'm flipping the thing, the harpoon. You get the harpoon. Oh my days. You get the harpoon. And now with the harpoon, what you're supposed to do is harpoon this stuff over. You need to like pluck it up. And when you do that, well, you will need it later. But you get a harpoon and a hunting rifle. So by the time you're, you know, you get this, ideally you should get it really quickly. The second, like the sword from the Excalibur rifle will explode and send you up again while you're still midair. And there is this guy over here, which you need to hit with the, you need to hit that with the hunting rifle. If you don't hit the thing, you would get teleported back. So like a barrier here, you get teleported back. You're supposed to hit that trick shot. But if you do hit it, but you didn't get the grapple, the stuff, that's fine. You would actually keep making it over here. But then I have these three guys called the Tryhard Trio, and they have exceptional aim. So they would absolutely demolish you while you're coming over midair. So that's why you need to get the shield. So it's, you shoot the stuff, it launches you the first time, you get the shield, and then it explodes, and you get the second boost. You kill that guy before you make it through, and then you pop open the shield and hold the shield while these guys spray you, and you make your way into, you just fall perfectly in here. When you fall in here, you get your character shown on that, and you collect the stuff to end the game, actually. So my plan for this was for this final scene to kind of like feel like a movie, and I do luckily like, you know, save the video of it, because right now I'm pretty sure everything's just broken. Not to mention I'm not even trying to stop the stuff. Anyway, so yeah, a good map. I mean, what's it called? Trickshot maps are kind of like, you know, going off then. Hopefully this was gonna go on the epic stuff with the call out. And I'm friends still, but I'm friends with a bunch of trickshotter YouTubers and stuff. So like we were gonna hopefully do a video on that too. But then what happened? How did the map just not even take off? Well, you see, while I submitted this map and it was in review, before they did the playtesting again, Epic removed the ball device. Like completely. No breaking, no nothing. Like the ball device was completely removed from creative. And you know what that looks like. You join the map, you spawn, and you just cannot make it to the, you can't even play. So, with no surprise, I got the email, hey, we loaded into your map, but we couldn't get to the thing. And I was like, yeah, of course you couldn't. Of course you flipping couldn't. How could you? Where is your bionic autonomous levitation locomotive? You don't have that, do you? Yeah. Anyway, that's what happened there. So yeah, they removed the ball device. So the first time, changed how the Octane works. Practically just made the map invalid. Second one, I don't know, man. The map, the Discover was bugged, and I couldn't submit in time. And then when I did make a duplication and the map actually picked up on its own, they killed it by making the melee device not deal damage to players. Again, which is the whole point of the flipping map. Map invalidated. This one didn't even take off, quite literally. They removed the ball device from creative. They removed the device entirely from creative. Nice. So this was the third and the last time I participated in a call out. Man, well, actually, surprise, I do have an advice for you. Post your stuff on YouTube. No, on YouTube, sorry, on Twitter. Post on Twitter. That's the advice. Post. You're not, when you're posting on Twitter, one thing you should keep in mind, you're not posting for the players. You're posting for other developers. Like, do cool stuff and post on Twitter. So I can find my OG thingy, please. Let me just find it. I want to see. Oh, I did. Nice. So yeah, that was the end sequence of that one. Oh my goodness, I just realized I didn't show this was a map. Well, who cares? This was a map I made in collaboration. And it actually did pretty good. This was before, I mean, once you see the supported creative device, you just know it was before UEFN. But it actually did pretty good. Let me see if I can find the stats on it. Yeah, it was all right. Creative 1.0, last updated summer 2023. Okay, let me see. Sun Pirates? Damn. Oh man. I mean, that's the thing with Twitter, right? That's kind of like the unfortunate thing with Twitter, where you want to post something. Like, for a long time, I didn't post anything on Twitter just because it was kind of rampant at the time, where you would post something and, like, you wake up one day and see the thing you posted, but as a map. I think it happened to someone who was like making a taxi game. Someone else. I don't want to call them names because I know both people related. Someone else just posted made the map quicker. But that's the only thing I could really say. Now, me personally, I just want to say this is not a This is not a. This is not a Yeah, but like yeah, that's just one thing you just have to balance, right? You just have to balance. Uh, you just yeah, you just I don't know, you just have to just get with. Right, so some people either wait until they're almost done and then they start posting about their maps. Now, mind you, like there is posting about your maps, and then there's just posting on Twitter. When I said posting on Twitter, I didn't necessarily mean about what you're working on, like in its entirety. I just meant like random cool stuff, you know, like my post here, like random cool stuff. I don't say that like a few hours. You could literally follow the fact that I was supposed to make no, I'm not supposed to make, but make I was supposed to post slime block, which hasn't gotten posted. Some of these things take time. Like for example, you see this stuff? February 3rd, February 10th, January 26th, January 15th. So this one I'll show because it might not look like it. So January 10, I made this material, right? The black hole thing from this guy posted the math for it, and I just converted it to. No. Like this is actually what I'm about to explain. This guy made this stuff. Again, this is the math for it. I did not come up with the math. I just looked at the math he did, and I converted it into notes. So credit to where that's why I tweeted from his. I saw this post a while ago. Credit where's due. I didn't come up with this stuff, but I made this stuff January 10, and then I made it into like a playable thing and posted it. Now, when I made this thing here, I think I'm gonna find it. Someone posted this January 11. He was like, same, but his is a wormhole. When I saw this, I instantly wanted to do this. Right? So it was on my mind, and I actually made it before I posted, like way before. This is 26, 15, like almost a 10-day difference. Okay, no, this was a different thing. I had to make this is my cursor stuff. I made it first. And then I made this thing to do the wormhole stuff. And in this wormhole video stuff that I made, you can clearly see my pin pad with a button. Now the thing is, I actually finished the button and the stuff. I finished like this entire thing, but like I hadn't done the stuff. And I posted this video before I finished this. And then after I posted more about the button stuff, what I'm trying to say is you can wait till you're done or almost done with your stuff before posting about it. If you're hesitant because people might steal your idea and make it faster, then you could sort of like post when you're almost done. Like let's say you've already finished making your game, and then you start posting the little cool bits about it. There's that aspect. So like I said, there is posting what you're working on in terms of something you intend to publish, and then there's just posting random cool stuff that you made. So for me, I'm scrolling, right? And I just find random stuff. Here I've been like adding adorable things, but prior to that, like prior to the adorable stuff, I bookmarked this because the song, like I want to play the song. The song is so nice, so I bookmarked. I won't find it, but then this cool stuff that I just want to make, potentially want to make tutorial wanted to make, I did make this and I haven't posted it yet. I don't think there's anything from the post because he has the material there. I want to make this with SceneGraph. It's like an audio mixing system. Someday when we get meta sounds, whatever. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Something I saved this so that I could show. I saved this so I could like give a. I could show how to do it better, not do it better, but like give tips, and I've already given the tips there. Cool stuff. So like, cool stuff. Right now, something like this, for me, I'm just explaining personally. I see this and I'm like, I want to make this in SceneGraph. Actually, I think I should have added this sticky notes. Come on, please tell me I added it somewhere. Hey, no way. Well, did I? Memory game. Yeah, there it is. Memory game. So I did add it. So I want to make this. This one I'm like, I would like to make this in SceneGraph too. I've been kind of thinking of something. So like I see. That was funny stuff. I did make this. I did make this, but UEFN cannot run it. Anyway. Okay, you know what? Actually, sorry, 1 second. I just need to show adorable video for today. I didn't find a new one, so I'm just gonna pick an old one, and it's gonna be this one. No. All right. Basically, I just go around, like when I'm scrolling, I just pick, like I see random stuff. Like I want to make this. Actually, there's something similar to this that I want to make too, especially now that we got the custom guns. Oh. Because we can get the scene text. Oh. Anyway, sorry. Basically, you're working on a map and you want to post things from there. And then there's like, you just make random stuff and you post those things. Posting those random things, they will inevitably help build connections. Now, one thing I was going to say, I do not say, oh, is that a, I want to make this, if I'm being honest as well. Like someone showed me, actually someone messaged me today, I was like, oh, make this map in Fortnite, it's going to be good. Mecha Chameleon, so I'm actually considering it. I don't know. But I'm not saying this from a point of, I've forgotten, if I say it now, if I say what's in my mind, it's going to be like, oh my god, it's so arrogant. It's not an egotistical thing, right? But personally, I only follow, I'm talking about like building, specifically to your question about like building, gaining recognition and building a network. Personally, I only follow, I only follow, like the only people I've followed, right, that are not, like I've gone out of my way, that I've pressed follow on their page is Fortnite Create, the Tim Sweeney, obviously, and Fortnite. Those are the only people I've pressed follow on their page. Every other person, like, I'm trying not to be, I'm trying not to be like, you get the full point. I'm not bragging or anything. I'm just saying, like, I don't follow people, right? I may, like, if someone follows me, I'll look at their page, and if it's interesting, like, you know, they're posting UEFN related stuff, then I will give them a follow back. But besides Fortnite Creative, the Fortnite main page, and Tim Sweeney, for obvious reason, Tim Sweeney is my goat, I don't follow anyone. Like, I don't click follow on anyone. So every single person, I can say this with the full confidence that every single person on my followers list, or every single person that I'm following, followed me first. Right? Every single person. And how did that? No. You see, like, that's why I explicitly wanted to say the whole it's not a bragging thing. I also don't add people on Fortnite. So every single person who added me on Fortnite, who is my friend on Fortnite, added me first. I also don't add people on Discord. So every single person who added me on Discord, they added me first. It's the general trend, and it's for a reason. Because personally, anything that happens, I know for a fact that I was on my own and the person came over. Right? So if someone messages me, hey, can you do this for me? And I say, no, I can't. I don't know. I can, but I don't want to, or whatever. If they start going off and being rude, I will tell them, hey, look, you followed me. You texted me. Like, I didn't come to you to, you know, wait, I feel like I'm going off track here. Basically, building connections. Why would people follow me? People don't just follow me out of the blue, right? It's usually something along the lines of I make a post, and the post, you know, resonates with the person, and then they follow, and that is a connection built, right? That's it. You make a post because no one will know what you can do if you don't show them. So I make a post, it resonates with someone, they follow, I look at what I look at the type of stuff they post. Yeah, it is, but it happens so much. That's why it's one of the reasons why I just, you know, like, if we can talk. I don't like the only, again, the whole follow feature specifically for Twitter, because Twitter is where you would find the most Fortnite creators, right? The whole follow thing on Twitter, shout out to the whole follow thing on Twitter, I believe that should be used either when you have business dealings with a person, or when, you know, you want to keep abreast with something that someone posts, which is why, or I mean, obviously if you're my friend. So, which is why, like, for example, let's see this guy. Why did I not follow him? Because he doesn't post Fortnite relevant content. I don't want to open my feed and see gambling related. Is that what Kalshi does? Yeah, Kalshi, that's the prediction trading. Yeah, I don't want to open my thingy and see, you know, this type of content. So, you know, it's not a follow for follow game. Paperly, he does Fortnite stuff. You know, back in the day, like, I mean, not back in the day, still. Not much for, like, I don't see a UEFN thing here. Now I'm following this guy. If I open up his page, you see, UEFN, put the right. Like, look at that. That's cool. Like, I want to see this. Well, that's actually pretty, pretty funny. So that's kind of like, whatever, man. That's kind of the whole gist of it. So whenever people say, how do you build thingy? following page for... I'm trying to understand what you just said. But yeah, that's how you build. In my opinion, that's one thing I would say, is you just post. If specifically building like a network connection is like networks and connections is like the one thing you want to do, then you post. Because the thing is, like, for example, you never know. So I make a post on something, someone sees it and he reposts it, or 11 of them repost it, it gets onto people's feeds that I've never interacted with before. If they see my stuff and they think, oh, this stuff is cool, and they like, and then they like what they see, and they want to see more, and then they follow me, and I'm like, oh, someone followed me, all right, I'm gonna go look. And I look at him and, oh, this person does cool stuff, I like that, I want to see more of that, now I follow, right? And it's like, okay, perfect. Perfect. Like, now I know a new person. Now, the whole thing about me not following people if they don't follow, it's not because of an ego or whatever. It's simply because if they're not following me in the first place, like, I won't even get to see their stuff. I will very likely not get to see their stuff. I just won't. So it's kind of like, and if I don't get to see them stuff, then how will I know to follow them? Right? It's kind of like that. Anyway, but the secret, I've been telling my other friend about this, but the secret is to just post. Post, 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 post. Just keep posting. And you can see, like, I'm not posting very consistently either. Last post was when? June 12th. I made a post. I actually spent way too long on this, making this thing. I was just having fun and flipping DaVinci. But it was oh my gosh. Yeah, I guess. It's just like last time someone heard me say this, or was it the person noticed? It was like, why the heck are you only, like, why didn't you follow me back? And I was like, what? Am I supposed to follow you back because you followed me? Is that you? I don't open the DMs on the thing. I was like, why did you follow me back? I'm like, am I supposed to follow you because you followed me? I didn't follow you back because you don't post UEFN stuff. Like, what am I following you back for? He was like, no. And then he was like, I actually noticed you're only following people who are following you. And I'm like, did you just go through my thingy to check? And he was like, yeah, I was checking. And I was like, wow. And he made a big deal about it. So I don't know. I guess I just clarify. I will have to decline on that. Yeah, I will have to decline on that. Now, look at this. I'm not one for appearances or one for looks, right? I'm not superficial like that, except when it comes to cats. You see? Except when it comes to cats. There are two cats that I don't consider cute. There are two. The first is the Siamese. Or is it the the one that is hairless? And, like, I don't know, it feels like it was genetically modified. No. I mean, I don't know how it has hair. I'm a little bit, I don't know. I haven't seen that breed. And the second type are cats that look, yeah, he's not. I'm actually confused at what I just saw. But I'm just kind of, still processing. Let me see if I can get a picture of what I specific. You will understand, like, not even this one. I don't remember the flipping thing. I just know that. I know when I see it. Yeah, this one. You see, he kind of looks like this, but for some reason he is not hairless, which is what I'm trying to process. But wait, what was I saying? Yeah, so this is the first one. Let me just get that out of my face. And the second one are cats that look like they could be in a Disney movie. As the villainess's pet. So, I don't know if you've noticed, but every villainess, is that a word? Okay, that's a word. Every villainess, okay. In Disney shows, Disney movies, who has a cat? All the cats of the evil queens and stuff, all of them are always fat orange cats. Actually, let me just save this. That's pretty, right? Ooh, that is pretty nice. One sec. Let's get the fab. I don't know, man. That looks. Where the heck are you? Are those your cats, bro? He looks genetically modified too. Now the first one, honestly, I don't know why bro has hair. I don't know why bro has hair. The second one, he looks like a mouse, like genuinely. But like, I don't understand what I'm seeing the first one. I don't know, man. Like, he should not have hair. So he kind of feels like he was genetically modified for some reason to have hair. Like he should not have it. Like he doesn't. I don't know. I mean, I'm not a cat expert, but every villainess in Disney. Villainous cat. Like, you see that? You see that? Obviously, not these. These are not like cats for people. I mean, like you see that? You see that? Where's the Cinderella stepmother cat? Oh, this is the one. Yeah, like, okay, I can't even remember. Sheesh. But yeah, basically Garfield type cats, like cats that are just borderline unhealthy. They are not cute. I'm gonna call it for what it is. They are not cute at all. So other than that, every other cat is, pretty adorable. Oh my gosh, there's this website. Oh my god. Alright. Look at bro. Look at these little brethren. Oh my days, I'm about to lose it. No. Wait. Alright. There's a little cuteness overload there. Ouch. Or is it the headphones? Okay, maybe it was the headphones. Okay. Um. Oh, righty, righty. Let's Oof, man, cute cats. I get like a little mini heart attack. I think I'm just gonna leave it as this, honestly. Sorry, 1 second, I'm finding someone. Is bro going to be another hairless cat that has hair? Let's see. I'm still here, by the way. Wait, let me see. Okay. Now he's adorable. Yeah. Look at him. He's I wouldn't say adorable. I'd say he's okay. Like, he's already grown, so he's kind of lost the... Um, uh, I think I'm going to, like, just, I'm gonna stop, like, here. I'm just gonna call it... Let me just test. I mean, no, there's nothing to test. Man, what do I do? Like a walk thing. Does it even matter? Yeah, let's do it. A last stretch. Okay, can't even tell the flipping. Right, let's do it this way. Back 30 degrees, I think. I can actually, let's do the math, right? You got 90 degrees over here. And then this is what? 10.2, 5.12, 10.24, and then 5.12. And 90 degrees. That's the thing. What is this angle for? The angle of that. No, it's not. 180. And then that is 175. So we have adjacent. And visit and adjacent. So 10 inverse of okay, let me see. So 63.435. Degrees. So there. Ah, yeah. And who said that flipping trigonometry wouldn't come in handy? Oh, wee moly. Oh, sheesh. I love it when I solve UEFN problems using, you know, school stuff, because it's like, I guess it's validating that it wasn't useless. What do I do here? I would have done this if it was flipping Euler. There we go, minus 180. Alrighty. So we have a right angle triangle, and this is the hypotenuse, right? And this is the opposite, and that is the adjacent. And I know that this is, 10.24, and this is 5 point. And this is 5.12. So and then this is 90 degrees. So I'm thinking, we have the opposite and we have the adjacent thingies. Anyway, just got the 10 inverse of that over this, and that gives me the angle of this. Anyway, I think I'm gonna, I'm just gonna call it a not a night, but like, I'm just gonna stop here for this. At this point, I'm wondering what this is for. Might as well just remove this whole thing. And this one as well. Oh, wait, sorry. Okay. Yep. That is it. Okay. So go around and around and around and around. Yep, that is suitable enough. So we are going to let's see. It's gonna group it by color, by material, and also by piece. So there should be like 4 sections here. I'm gonna start by doing that, doing this, doing that, and then just hiding that and calling this. Okay. All right. So optimization. We will select all of that. And select all of that too. 160. And spawn harvest instances non-hierarchical. The full material, you can export the, like using Fortnite porting, you can export the normal map for the you can just export the obstacle course gallery, and of course it would carry the like the textures. So then you just bring the normal map back in and you just plug it into a thing, and you want to use a world aligned texture. Just wait, I'll show you after I finish with this. All right, there we go. And now we should have all of these. Yeah, it will make it based off of the mesh and the material. It'll make a unique instance for all of them. So now this is just one thing. Okay. So basically, you want to use the world align texture node. You convert like you do texture, and then you convert to texture object. That's what it takes because this lets sample. So you take a texture, you put your texture in a texture object, and that's what this texture 2D is. All right, and use that with the world align texture node. World aligned texture node. So you give it that, and then you give it the size, in which case, you know, it's going to be 512 by 512 by 384 for the walls. And then world position, you just you add 256 because it's going to be like centered, so you add 256 to offset it. And yeah, that's it. So that's you do one for each tag. When you get the texture, you do one for each. So the base color, the line mask, the floor mask, and then you would also have the normal, which would be exported as well. And you just take those textures and you just plug it in to the thing. Now what that does, the world align texture node, it projects, instead of using the UVs of the object, it uses, oh my days, it uses the UVs of like it projects the UVs onto the object. That's why, you know, regardless of where you return this over, and I moved it around, like it's projected in a world space. So on the top down and on the sides as well. So yeah, it's just hold up, let's see if I can. Texture. Where's Matica Dev? Anyway, right, let's just say. You could watch this one, world position. Oh yeah, world align texture. It's kind of like you can I mean, that's a material function. You can make it by using the world position as well. But this just goes over world align texture. This goes over stuff and other things you could do with it and stuff like that. It's just all about like blending help, you know. Because now you can, yeah. I would just watch that for more info if you're interested. All right, so this is kind of done, but the next part of it, I don't think I can stream. Not to mention, it's 4 a.m. I think I might end the stream here. Yeah, because I have to put this in the project that it's supposed to be in. Yeah. Okay, you know, I'll do that like tomorrow in the morning-ish. So for now, let's see. I mean, no, not tomorrow, today. Later on, oh my gosh, no sleep, no rest, no nothing, just like back. Okay. I need to see something. Oh man. I should probably go sleep or something. I'm trying to get as much things done so I don't have to do them later. Oh, yeah, that's also kind of how I did this texture here with the floor. Oh wait, I forgot, it's naturally a very big plane. Yikes. Let's do... Okay, so you can see here with this stuff is also similar here. Same thing. And in this material, so I accidentally closed the flipping graph earlier on. It should be down here. And it should hide. And let me close this so it saves. All right. So for here, I think I manually did. I don't know. Maybe I manually did it, or maybe I didn't. It appears I probably manually did it. Yeah. Did I manually do it? Where is my world align? Yeah. So I manually kind of, the world align texture, you can sample and like project all in 3 axes, but you don't need to do that. You could just use the world position. So here I'm dividing by 512 to kind of expand it, because again, Fortnite grid tiles, 512, blah, blah, blah. And then this right here is the offset that I talked about. If you're using the world align, you would add 256 to offset it. But since I'm doing it manually here, I just add 0.5 to push it halfway, right? So you add this vector to the thing. And yeah, that's your world projected UV. So I just plug it into everything that needs to receive a UVs, and it's going to use, you can see it stay still, right? As I kind of like go through it, like in the material stuff. So if I was using the texture UVs, yeah, then it's gonna use the texture UVs, but I'm not. So that's kind of what's going on. You could use the world align stuff, or you can, which is what I showed you the first video, you could use that too, which is the world, absolute world position, which gives, well, the world position for each pixel. Okay. Actually, I want to see if this material is, that's actually rather, this is for epic settings. Mobile is like 79. This is doing 11 shaders. Let's see if I can. Like, why is this? So this is all there is to the shader. Let's see why is it. They're doing all projected UVs, overlay pattern on top. Go the grass, blah blah blah. Contrast, saturation, desaturation, highlight intent. Okay, let me see. I'm trying to see like if I can lower Alt H. What have I done? Oh, right, forgot. No, Control H. Alt H is Blender. Did I just delete the thing that I should not have deleted? Oh my days, that's the actual thing. Holy, thank goodness. I thought I duplicated, but I didn't. I just raised it up. Ain't no way. Okay, sheesh. That was close. Okay, let me see. I want to profile this and like make it good. Okay, let me see. First, let me take a look at the build reset. I don't know what Epic did, but with this update, like build resets and a bunch of maps have been breaking. They have been breaking. Well, they used to break before, but now they're breaking like quicker. Okay. Did I put it? That matters, right? I mean, my builder set is pretty simple. Yeah, this should just not break, to be honest. It's the device itself. Something I don't even know. It's just crazy. This is one of those things where it's like, it's broken, and you think about like what you could do to fix it, but like I know when I made this code, and honestly, like just looking at the code now, still it's pretty sound, so it's not like I could like go do some extra funky thing in there. I don't even know what breaking. Just I don't even know, man. It's just ridiculous. All I can think of doing is put like a contingency in there to kind of like at the very least clear the area. That's all I can think of. I think I'm gonna do that. All right, let's do the second plan B. What the heck is this song, man? Oh, man, I am suddenly reminded by Ray that in addition to the flipping custom weapons and the virtual pointer stuff, there's also skeletal mesh component in flipping. Not mesh component, but like skeletal mesh modifiers, animations and stuff that we got. I haven't even done anything with that yet. Oh, wow, there's actually so much I haven't done anything with. Should I just quit my job and just focus on my maps? Alright, let's see. Yeah. Nope. Yep. Actually, this can just be down here, to be honest. Carol takes damage. Nope. Can be thrown. Nope. Can be dropped. Nope. Drop and carry. Nope. Can jump while carrying. Nope. Character damage. Nope. Yes. Off. Off. Explosion radius. Yeah. Damage. Nope. Oh. Nah. Yep. Oh, okay. Radius. Environment. Initial spawn velocity. There. I think this thing falls along the lines of if you don't put a custom thing, that it would just use the default one. So we might need to do that. So narrator system. Why is this stuff opening down there, man? Yeah. Let's put that back, I guess. Let's remove that then. that do, of that do. And what if I do this one too? Oh, okay. Dynamic bounce. There we go. Okay. So, empty, we put that there. It has like a very annoying, like, not annoying, but it has a thing. We don't want the thing. So, we put that there. As for the SFX, let's quickly make something. Audacity. Let's bring you guys along for the ride. What? Oh yeah, I'm just gonna ring this in. And I'm gonna do that, and then can I? There we go. Okay, but first, let us just gonna go endlessly, really, I guess. So, all right, we will export this as sfx_empty. Yep, export. Now the thing is, can I import this? SFX. Three kilobytes for an empty file. I can. All right. Let's go back. Okay, so then I'll put this here and explode. Let this take a queue. Of course it does. All right. Where are we at? Create sound. Q. So, Q. Let's go empty. Oh my goodness, I just realized I didn't even need to make the sound effect. I could have just made the queue. Again, why is it opening there? And not put anything into it. And just, that's truly empty. Okay, so get rid of this. Ain't no way. I meant to delete the crazy work. Alright, so q_empty. Pop this back in. Yep. And last but not least is the mesh. Like an empty mesh. Actually, no, it's better that way. The only thing to take away is the sound and the explosive effects. So let's start the game. And 3, 2, 1, pause. Aha! I knew it. It was gonna fall. Spawns and then it starts falling. So I could either put something on the day on the thing under the thing, like to catch it, or I could just I'll have to write code to basically. Okay, so let's put that in here. Reset builds. Summer. set trigger explosive. Do this here. I'll call this variable of type variable spawner device, and let's see, in the explosive part, if I made it like this, then we get complaints here. So do that, and then here I want to do variable spawn, and it'll spawn it, and then it will explode it. So down here, variable that explode, pop that in the middle again, and then I should, what's the gameplay manager? Should be right around here. So builder set explosive. Just gonna clear this for now. Just gonna do sleep. So here, do sleep for 0.06 seconds. Oh dear. Oh, it connected back. Damn. Yeah, I just love my internet doing that. You know, whenever it likes. Let's see, I connected to another one, but this one's not really good for streaming, so you guys are gonna have to suffer a little. Check. And that is why we have this one's not really that great for streaming. It's I don't even, at some point the stream is gonna be like, your stream health is not working, something like that. Let's see. Anywho, I'm almost about to end the stream, so because I can feel like the sleep coming. Yeah. It's been 18 hours. And out of this 18 hours, the only quote-unquote break I've had was the 3 hours in which that one level was deleting. So I need to go to sleep soon. Where was I? Spawn automatically, respawn automatically, not doing any of that. And then I'm just going to put the variable in here. When I compile this, so explode, so spawn and explode. I wonder if there's like a explode when it spawns. No, so spawn and explode. Oops. Yep, spawn, wait a little bit, explode, sleep, and that should kind of like despawn it. I'm just gonna, actually not gonna risk it, so we're going to despawn, just in case it's still there or something. So despawn, but exploding should kind of get rid of it. Then finally, just one little tweak so that it doesn't auto push when I build first code. Let me see. Yeah, Alright, so compile this, lightning quick, and then I can push this back in here, variable spawner. I'm just gonna give this a good name. Build, reset, and finally I will put it in this folder. Easiest way to move something to a folder where you know where it is, just Alt A to attach it. Well, sometimes you cannot attach to some other things. So, well, thankfully I named all my folders. So I'm just gonna select and then move to build reset, mechanics, build reset. All right. So that should be it. I'm gonna test that the carable works, and if it does, I mean obviously it should, then I'll just put the explosive back. So we're gonna have both of them, and ideally that should just, you know, help with reliability. So if that one breaks, this one's gonna still keep working. So auto push first changes. And I know the things that didn't get pushed are these, quite a bunch, and also, yeah. I'm just gonna push everything. Either way, it's not that long. Doesn't take too long, so that's good. Nice. Okay. So draw calls is sitting at about, well, the guns are obviously going to add to it because of the texture there. I'm just going to start game and then I can't tell if I'm lagging because of like my internet. Yeah, the internet. Oh, yeah. Okay. So look at the, yeah, pretty good. Draw calls are lower now because I'm some of the things are topping up the stuff where the devices. But yeah, about 400, and then about 200 now. Frame time tickling between like 3 milliseconds. Game thread time 3.01. Render thread, GPU, blah blah blah. Raw physical memory. Total primitives drawn. From where? Let's see. Oh wait, some of them plus clouds. So let's do that, and it kind of removes the other thing. Just pop that over. second. Okay, while that does that, let's test the build thing. Doesn't seem to be working. Actually, let me fix that real quick. So most of the stuff is from the texture. So let's kind of, let's go around and fix that. For one, the flipping map code seems to be taking a lot. Damn. Don't like. Oh, so the impact is 14%. Oh, that's good. That's good. All right, let's see. BP map code. And the texture is right there. And it is set to world. Why is it thing that size? Oh my god, uncompressed is crazy. Okay. Alright, nice. Gotta chunk that down a little bit. Then this one's been used a lot actually. You see, it's always the textures. Let's go somewhere that I can, well, I guess nowhere. But this one needs to be like nice and, why is it 14%? Well, I'm so glad we got this tool for sure. World again. And it is two. No, okay. So we're gonna chunk it down. Okay, so this is at 512. Yeah. we're going for that. So 512 it is. Platform. Yikes. Yeah, man. It should not be this big. Okay. And then the grid. It's not that big, but let's still do something about it. God, I just used 2K textures everywhere. I mean, when the map was launching, it had to be pretty and stuff. So. Okay, this one did not have to be that, honestly. Damn, I don't even recall where I put it. Grid. No, we're just gonna leave it like that for now. Next logo, spectator respawn device. What? I don't think I'm using this anywhere. All right, let's see. It is being pulled in somehow. Not in the code at the very least. What? Oh, respawn device. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. That's crazy. I'm using it here, the player counter. And instead of it to like, bro, that's crazy. They should fix like the reference for that. Okay, so I don't think this is gonna be that big. Oh my god. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Hell no. was 512. It was 2K2. Actually, I should make this stuff like that. Yeah, like 128. Before you commit to using the, because this is non-reversible, before you commit to using this, you can always just do like a quick check of how it's going to look at low resolutions by, using the LED bias. And then I'm going to push this down to 128. I'm just sort of like blitzing through all of these right now because gift box texture. Don't tell me this normal map is on. Days, bro. I'm gonna leave that as that. This one, however, I'm going to. It's already at like 1020 thing, so I'll just put this down to there. And then I will push changes for now. And see if there are, well, there will be some improvements. Okay. Okie dokie. So, sheesh. Is it like it fell or something? Just keep it up here so I can see what's going on. Is it that? Explosion check line of sight? That'd be crazy. Because it says here participants. So the builds should not be participants. Holy moly. Oof. Okay. Okay, so that works. It also seems to be triggering all the switches, all the triggers. Nice. Damn. Well, at the very least, kind of spawns and explodes there, but okay. So draw calls are like 200, nice. I'm just gonna do another. Oh my days. So everything's fine except for memory usage. Let's see. Hmm. See. Hmm. Is that it? The line of sight thing? That would be crazy. So I can only break what I can see. What's that gonna look like? Oh, it actually is probably it. Alright, so let's see. Explosion check line of sight. And then yeah, that was it. And this is the beauty of the new Live that you can just. So why I wasn't resetting the first time was because it was under the map and the map thing was just blocking everything. So now I can put it under the map again. And that should work. Now to fix the explosion triggering devices. Okay. Texture again. But this time, okay, well, it's percentage based. So it's not like, oh my gosh, textures are killing your stuff. It's more like, well, textures are the things contributing the most. So let's carry on, my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are done. What even is this? Man, everything is just flipping 2K. Damn. Guess also. I mean, it's not like a the end of the world, but still. Oh my goodness. What the world? First of all, do that. Second of all, open that. Oh wait. Okay. World default. Okay. I thought, okay, what the heck did it show that for? Bada bing. Bada boom. Should probably remove that. Why is it still there? No. I'm just gonna remove it from here. And now that I think about it, I also have to like remove the other one too. It's in the sequencer. For now, let's just let's just clear that to right, and then save. Give it like this. Okay. So most of the texture work has been done. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So next is these guys. Even though the sound effects is turned off, for some reason, all the triggers still go off with the sound. So we're gonna go in and manually set that. Wait a minute. Wow, at some point it got resized. Yes, nice. I just love. Thank you. I just love opening UEFN after an update to see surprises like this. Just splendid. Okay, so that's that one. I don't know, I feel like there's some other trigger devices somewhere else. Okay, so we have all the trigger devices and we need to edit components, audio components. Again, why is this opening down there? Sound volume multiplier, I think, yeah. Set to 0. And that should be it. Yeah. No, that should be it. Okay. So, just make sure, let me see, there's, yeah, activate audio, 0, reset audio, 0, and, let's push changes again. I should have stretched the thing. Oh, there's always optimizations that can be made. If anyone dares to complain about the flipping floor, I'm gonna lose it. Well, what are they gonna do? Okay. Oh, wow. Drill coals are down to like 300 men here. Well, same thing. Okay, so it's the build reset that is triggering the devices. It's triggering the triggers. Triggered by damage. It's from the carryable. See, like this is actually kind of stupid. Because the build reset, the explosive device would only trigger this if it is visible. The carryable device just triggers it anyway. That is insane. There's always something there to block you. And this stupid memory thing is just like, the heck do you mean memory is exceeding what exactly? Actually, there's nothing in this map. You see right there, it's the 13. Oh my god. Sheesh. Am I streaming? No, not like streaming, like streaming in the map. Yeah, no, streaming is disabled, so it should be loading everything, obviously, but like, even still. is crazy. Okay, yeah. All right, let's see. Optimization. It's kind of hard to trust the optimization thing when you are getting some funky looking warnings. You load into a practically empty map and you're getting memories too high. Like, what? What the hell do you mean by that? Total estimated size 14. Come on now. These are like basically in the insignificant level of things. And how did I say? Yeah, this normal texture. Take a look at it. Oh my days, bro. Um, okay. So static mesh, that's true. Everything is good. Let's see. The other things are texture. These are like the Fortnite items. All the textures that are being loaded in due to that are being referenced by, well, probably these guys. The stupid. You see, like that's why I'm making my own one map with the scene graph. Like okay, I'm just gonna take a look. Oh no, I closed it. But you have like some device in here is referencing a mud texture. Bro, what? And why? Alright. Anyway. For now, I'm just going to later in the morning. I'm going to. I don't even know what I'm gonna do with this carryable device, triggering the device, the the things, the things. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that. So for now. I think wearing these headphones have done something to me. For now, I will just set this back, set that back, put this back here as well. Okay. Unfortunately, today there wasn't really much cool stuff deving. And I already have to go to sleep. Okay. And I have to look into today as well. Oh, okay. Oh wow, I wanted to close the other thing and I ended up closing the sheesh. I ended up closing the stream thing. Thankfully, I just yeah. Okay. So yeah, those definitely do something. But with the scene graph version, it would do more than just whatever this is doing because it would do the thing. Oh wow, they made it better. Okay, that's good. Follow me, buddy. Okay. Well, yeah. So this is where I say good night. Good or just good morning. And I hope you all have a great day. I'm gonna be knocked out till like I don't know 10 a.m. again. I guess. Yeah, probably till 10 a.m. Just gonna wake up, then lock in, and hopefully I'll be on in time to stream again in the evening. But yeah. Thank you for stopping by. It's almost 6 hours. This stream is almost 6 hours long. I didn't know I could do that, but I did. Um, oh my days. Wait, what? No. Okay, let's see. What have we got for today? No exams. Yay. That's like a mixture of yay and yes, I think. I don't know, my brain was kind of sleepy to do it. But, yep. Math, English, French, and Spanish. Oh, easy. Let's lock in today. And, and get through the day together. Well, I'll be asleep, but you guys got this. Okay. Cheers, everyone. Have a good one.